Oh, it's live, baby.
Oh,
We are live right now. You understand?
where's
Uh, Hello, there, Barbarian Horton. You might well know my man here, Andrew. We're going to be getting in a little bit of role playing on the Hell and Back within the Ring of Fire session. This is run by Matt Pritchard, and we had a bit of in character RP to do, and we decided to do it right in front of you, so you could get all the excitement. This is going to be session 7.5. So if you've been following Hell and Back within the Ring of Fire, the first 7 sessions are posted on Matt Pritchard's page. And if you aren't subscribed, go there and subscribe now. Do it now, and you can catch that right up from the beginning. It's really a sort of outstanding role playing with my buddy Andrew here, two Georges, and even Jenny. So you could come through and watch that from the beginning and see the outstanding job. Matt Pritchard, who probably has the golden throat, the best voice in RPGs. The guy is professional narrator for talking books. Wonderful, rich, smooth voice, as you can see this game as well as other videos that he has on his channel. You can watch his review of Within the Ring of Fire as well. And remember, go to drivethrurpg.com, get your hardback covers, get Within the Ring of Fire books. That's what's for Christmas. Boom, right there. 77 Throws, the Theological Codex. You get that hardback or softback exclusively on DriveThruRPG. Saga book, the first book you're going to need. It's going to give you the history of Kavega Thale, the richest, dirtiest, dark fantasy world you can imagine. A bizarre, different take on fantasy. This isn't Elves, Dwarves, and Tolkien. This is something original, new, and it's for your mind. If you have not gotten a hold of this Barbarian Horde, consume your players' minds with the passion of RPG. Full chapter on role playing, and they're explaining exactly what you need to do in concise fashion, and they can read it themselves. These are full color art books, and right there, Monsters and Men. We also have the novel Fey Wine for Within the Ring of Fire. You could get these are hardback, softback, or PDF, or bundle them. You can hit your main man up until Christmas. Special deal on the PDFs. Get every PDF that will ever be released with the name Within the Ring of Fire on a PDF directly from me. I put you on the list, and you get it a week, maybe sometimes 2 weeks before anyone else is even going to see it. $75 until Christmas. That's a special savings to you, Barbarian Horde. Jump on it, get it, consume it, put it in your purse, save the dollar bills, and give that RPG fan of your life something extravagant and excellent that they're going to love. And this game is all about crafting those stories that people tell and remember and talk about 25 years in the future. So get a hold of your copies Within the Ring of Fire today. And go check out Matt's channel, subscribe, as I didn't give you the name. It's T, the number 3, the letter H, and Sauce RPG. So go subscribe to him and look at all these. Or you could just type in Hell and Back Within the Ring of Fire, and you're going to pull it right up. And then you can just go and backdoor it that way and subscribe to his channel. And we'd like to thank Matt for the wonderful job he's done, and to everyone else playing the game for the wonderful RPing that they've done. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate my buddy Andrew here and the great job he's done in the game as well. And I appreciate each and every one of you out there at YouTube land watching it, viewing it, hitting the like button, leaving comments, letting us know what you feel, and leave the comments here. Let us know what you're thinking. Get involved. That's the whole thing, man. It's about sharing. And go check out Raw Immersive Games page on Facebook. Join there. You can send your main man on Facebook. My link's right on the page here. And send me a friend request. I'm happy to approve that, and that's the quickest way for you to get your PDFs Within the Ring of Fire. So, without any further ado, we're going to take it to the time, sort of off time on session 7, and perhaps some time, perhaps ever so slightly to the future of that, depending exactly where we fall. And our characters are going to be having a dialogue. My character is Evastika, who is a Mihangi, an Ulfar, a wolf fairy. He is tall and fairly slender. I'm going to put his picture up in a minute. He is the tribe of the Ravenous. Which means he's a red cap. The followers, formerly at least a follower of Laku. He is 6'5", 173 pounds. So he's tall and thin and lean. He has bright red hair and blazing green eyes. for the strange occurrences that have happened to him on top of the spire. Mihungir, of course, usually of raven hair. He has strange occult tattoos all over his hands, some on his face, some on his stomach, and other parts of his body, and he has a very clear interest in all things theological, and of course the mysteries of the occult. He is a magi from the upcoming book, the Book of True Names. You can see sort of a preview and the final playtest on the magi here, that you yourself can look at and begin to extrapolate for your own RPG delight. So that's what I care about to put in my picture. While Andrew, you give them a little description of yours, or tell them a little bit so they can get involved. We got some viewers here.
Sure. My character is Bryce Highcrow, named Pyralis, as he was born on the day of fire, 50th day in the cycle, and he has undergone much changes since he was a guardsman in the service of a royal family. But, however, nowadays he is very much a picture of a member of the clan of Highcrow. He has the twilight-colored hair, the oranges, the violets, the red twinging his hair and beard, which has grown much unkempt since the time he once served as a guardsman. But now he is covered in scars, more particularly covered in burn marks that go all the way up his neck from the flames that licked at him as he was tortured in hell. But he is now long since past his days of he's now taken worship of the elder god Morgul, the divinity of fire, and he is now seeking to join the clergy of his temple. However, he's now in the process of gaining the skills necessary to do so while he waits in the town.
Okay. So we're going to pick this up at, I guess we want to pick this up some point before we actually are at the very end there with our cliffhanger, seeing as we don't quite know what might happen there. Again, you guys really want to watch this. This has been a hell of a game. I think Andrew may encourage you as well, yes?
Yes. Oh, it's a great game.
Yeah, I definitely concur. So check it out and watch it. I think there's definitely a few live plays that have been out there that you really want to check out. You want to check out Matt's. You want to check out the ones I've run. You want to check out the ones that Lou has run. You want to check out the AD&D game that Rob Davis has run. That's a hell of a game, as well as you want to check out a lot of stuff that Alex Gillett runs. He's got a lot of great stuff as well. So those are, if you were looking for them, sadly, there's a lot of just straight horrible Let's Plays out there. I mean, I shoot with you just the way I always do, and I'll say with 50,000 views, and it'll be, not a lick of role playing involved, and it saddens me to see games like that be broadcast more into a public spectrum. Yet people think that that's what our beautiful hobby is, and that in fact is a fallacy, a foolishness. But we'll break it down for you right now, baby. So let's put us into the room of well. Why don't we paint the scene here that's agreeable to you? Out sitting outside down near the river, but not in a van by the river, but just down by the river, stream, brook, whatever you want to call it, that you almost drowned in. Let's start right there. I think that's a good place. Ivashta has no real interest in being inside an inn. Smelling cooked food and loathsome hearths and all sorts of redundant foolishness. So yeah, I think if that works for you, we could pick up a scene there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Bryce I assume that Yavashtika is sitting near the river.
Yeah,
Relax.
he's sitting right beside it in Indian style. Like many types of Fae, he is, to some degree, meditatively inclined. And I just sit there in Indian style, sort of gazing down at my own reflection in the river. And we can start there.
Brooks walks through the tall grass, approaching the river where Yavashtika sits, and I look around at the bright sun overhead. That's just it's just approaching right afternoon, and I walk down towards you. I am in my one set of clothing that I took from the satyr cart, as it is my only piece of wearable clothing at the moment, and it is currently covered in much sawdust, as I have been working with the local carpenter in exchange for foodstuffs that I bring, cooked food that I bring as leftovers from my day working in the kitchens of the inn. I'm very sweaty, as it is hard work working with the carpenter, studying his craft, making sure I really understand it before I join the priesthood. But I walk briskly up, looking down at the strange form of this wolf fairy, sort of marveling at how strange a creature Yavashtika really is. Almost looking at him as I would the first time I met him. It reminds me, a lot of memories are brought back. Yavashtika, good afternoon.
I turn towards you. Oh, yes. Bryce Hycro. Does the day find you well?
It does. It's been a hard day of work, but it's all been worth it. It feels good to be doing an honest labor for once in a long, long time. It feels like ages. I'm not sure your people know much of. I don't mean any offense, but I'm not sure if your people know much of what I speak of when I say honest labor. That kind of.
Are you trying to insinuate that you, with your towns and your saws and your cooking pots, know more about honest labor than those who go out and hunt their own food and cook it and gut it and clean it and eat it and find their own water and build their own structures from large mushrooms or other fungus, who live in trees, who hide from oozes that slide about the floor and other things that you'd can find only in the sort of your sight of your nightmares? You think we don't know anything about work? We're honest, pure, a pure honesty. You are perhaps considering that to be honest, as most of your people are but vagabonds and thieves. I lived in trade for some cycles and seen it. The prostitution, the vagabondery, the theft, the cut purses. Do you know how many Mion invade with such ideas? None I've ever met. So which one of us is honest? Which one of us knows about honesty? It's not you, you crooked human.
I sort of look a little bit surprised. I'm sorry, Yavashtika. I did not mean to touch off such a sore spot.
A sore spot for me. I was just giving you an education, lad. That's all.
I must be honest. I do not know much of your people.
Obviously.
Growing up in trade in the Temple of Dista, you can imagine we did not have any contact with Nihangi whatsoever. I had assumed.
Didn't you come from Bale?
Bale? No, it is a long story, I suppose. I suppose I've never given you the full version, have I?
Oh, it is a version then.
uh, it, when I was very very little, and I do feel very tired, so I do sit down, laying back on the ground. I don't feel like sitting. Every part of me feels sore, so I sort of lay back in the grass, sort of look up, watching the bird clouds move ahead in the sky slowly by. When I was growing up, I grew up in a fairly nice house in Trade, actually. When I was very, very little, some of my first memories, a lot of bad things happened. Things started to happen when I was very little. Members, we slowly, little by little, our community was isolated. Our people of the clan Hykro. More and more humans did not welcome us in the city of Trade. And it seemed that the enforcers and their ilk, particularly the Temple of Helena, were growing more and more influential, and our people were shunted off to the sides of society, cast-offs, to be left to starve in the streets. But still, my family was still well off, as we had much influence in the Temple of Laku. So we managed to eat, but that did change one day. When I was, many years ago, when I was little, one day it seemed that the followers of the Enforcer had finally had enough of our kind and decided to raid us. They came through the streets with burning torches and clubs and spears and drove my people away and killed many of us. My mother and I were forced to flee from our house. My brother and my father were not there. Ryan, my brother, they were not there. They were working in the temp time, as my brother was much older than me. But me and my mother fled from our home and took sanctuary in the Temple of Dista, as they were the only ones who would take us, the only ones who were kind enough. And we hid there for a long time. And, well, that was really where I was raised, with my mother. So, as I say, it is a strange story. But I grew up there in that temple. I learned their ways. And when I was, however, things continued to get worse for my people. We continued to be hunted. The last of us continued to be hunted and killed or driven out of the city. Although they offered our protection, as you might know, Dista, she's not one of the enforcers, but she does belong to the Court of Order, as you might know. So they could not harbor us for long. I did stay there for years, but there came a point when even they could not hide us. Even it was too much for them. My mother, some years ago by this point, had succumbed to her grief at the loss of my father and brother. She felt that she was somehow responsible, I believe, and she took her own life. So it was just me and my older sister living there as my sister. And, well, as I said, they could not harbor us any longer. So at about the age of 12, my sister was sent off to be with another temple, the Temple of, it's been some years, I forget their name. Who is the goddess who brings the sun through the sky?
Ere?
Yeah, Ere. She joined their order. And, however, I was to be sent off to become a guardsman in Bale. That was what I was sent off to do. And, well, it went well. I disguised myself as a member of another clan, worked, as there are other clans who have similar colored hair, and that was how I ended up with Bale. How I ended up in Bale to begin with.
I see.
It's however, as I say, I am sorry. I thought all of your people, all they hunted were us sapient beings, us humans and Freyne and such. I never. I thought you were bandits of sort. I guess I should. That's all you did, was
What?
hunt and kill children in the night and
What?
such.
That's not all we do. It's not even close to right.
I'd also heard you come out. You live in nightmares. Is this correct?
Mm. I look like I'm sort of reticent to speak of anything like that. Well, that's a difficult topic to discuss. It has
Oh,
to do with Ajira, the one who wove us. Not particularly happy with those like myself, I'm sure. Well, had you not met other Mihongi then at all?
in passing, yes. I mean, there are few in trade. However, as you can imagine, I did grow up there. However, as your people are not at all interested in Dista, uh, having very little to do
Of
with
course
her
not.
and
Goddesses
her ways.
is pointless. Utterly pointless. Why would you want to spoil such a fine thing as food in such a way and to just buy it from others? That's just utter just cowardice. Perhaps if you're enfeebled or extraordinarily old or a small whelp of a child. Otherwise, you get up and you move and you hunt something and you chase it down and you eat it. You catch a frog or a rabbit or a deer or a frame or a human or whatever strikes your fancy and sates your stomach. You hunt in pairs or in packs or solo if you must, or spend some time. Since I was there high upon the spire, that I had opportunity to be around proper pack of Mihongi, as was round caps in, which are a wee bit different than the general of our type. I feel a bit hmm, isolated, not being around my own kin. What the likes of you and of those others with us, this will perhaps save the food that travels. The likes of the rest of you, though, are, I mean, even CERN to some small degree, are acceptable. I enjoy their presence, smells even. It's an acquired taste and scent. But I find you all to play an interesting role upon the path that we're setting our feet to. The enforcers may have dodged my past as well. Taking my wife from me, killed her. My children, and killed them. Many members who taught me the arts, the toy fun that I'd come in contact with there in trade, through me bound, who is not but dead, hold off by the enforcers, Alina. Why he who has many names. Tigrid, she was the one who owned my heart, as pure and strong as to one day, perhaps there, in the outlanders of the dark wood, or outlanders of the Cinter Wood. She well could have been Hunt's lady. She had that indisputable quality to her. I look slightly like depressed as I kind of think back upon her and my children. But anyway, it cannot be done. They are likely well washed by Amalus and forged again by Tahul. Perhaps their souls have not been confined to that horrible place that was seen. I can only hope that they have come back again now, born as young children in the dark wood, or perhaps some other place that we inhabit.
I sort of stay silent for a few moments, looking off, not wanting to really feel like treading on eggshells almost with this sort of subject, but it does resonate with me. You can see I there is a somewhat of understanding based on my own loss. Yes, I think this journey recently of ours has relieved a lot of guilt I felt about the death of a mother and my brother and my father. I feel now that it was not my fault. For many years, I felt it really that I was the one responsible. That I could have done more. That even though I was young, there was more I could have done. That I could have been out them. I could have been out there with them that day at the temple. That somehow I could have warned them of what was happening. But I feel that this journey has been a healing process of sorts, I suppose. But yes, at least there is one family member left. I wonder if I will ever see Myrtle again. But I am sure she is far away now, my sister, somewhere out there. Maybe one day I will see her again, but our journey will take us far from here, I am sure, towards that northern island of magic you keep speaking of. But yes.
So you had said you wished to speak about theology, about
Yeah.
the traitors and the gods and things of nightmare and stuff.
Yes, I must confess, growing up as I did in the Temple of Dista, we spoke. I of course know much of Dista and Morgul and his children, but I definitely lack a knowledge of the darker divinities, such as Ahriman and Ajira, as you say. I know very little about such matters. It's wasn't spoken of, we shall say.
It's quite odd. I would say the most obvious thing to speak of was the night sky. Those two looming eyes that peered down upon the world, looking, noticing, judging, always watching, especially on those 3 long days that run together, and the seeming eternal night. At least how many of you light lovers have explained it to me. Light is a baneful, loathsome thing to the Mihangi, for we are woven sheer from the flesh of darkness. I'm no exception. Still, I have undergone many things to change me and make me well more suited and acceptable to that face of Ahura that seems, as the Ogress has said, to linger on and still provide strength of a mystic cure. Even my own body touched by the Dwemer and song of celestials slung low to Damar's face. But you are a people new to our world. This will be interesting to see if you all wind up soon in the dead books. I've heard the poetry of many, many, many species, with names, with people, with souls, and many, many species are gone, down to the last, and that one went too. There was nothing left. Strange creatures that populated the world. Some say a Farum will be gone in 3 or 4 blinks of an eye. They're on decline. But your people, well, it shall be interesting to see. I had not even heard of a human until I was in trade, and even then it was some few cycles before I did. I'd seen perhaps 1 or 2 about, but they hadn't the communities, and trade can be rather insular, and into such a place I was. We don't care for the ways, the dishonesty of your people. Dishonesty is unknown to us in our own homes, in our lightless worlds. We are one. It is for the pack that we run. We are not individual. We are a unity. The rest of you, you all seem to care so much about yourselves and care not if your brother is just a few feet away starving or riddled with disease. It's a sad way to live. Must be very, very lonely.
I I think we might have more in common in this respect than you might realize.
Is that so?
Although one thing you may think us humans look all the same, but we feel from each other we feel very different. We are split into the groups, into the clans as they are called, the groups that were created by Pelgan on each day of the cycle. My clan, born on the day of twilight, we have more of a community feel to us. We, especially since the enforcers have been hunting us down, we feel an affinity towards each other, companionship, as all, I suppose you may say, as deer might when they're being hunted, they gather together in a group
Oh yeah.
to survive.
You know
It,
of the deer fight then.
I say,
Of the mob and
no,
she. You know of the mob and she then.
no.
Oh, they always gather together in a group. What? They don't run as fast as we do, so we can chase them down and eat them. Well, it is delicious meat. Mob and she. They are
Uh,
they are wicked, wicked creatures. They plunge their long claws into you and drink you dry. They suck out your soul. But you can catch them, and if you can, they are quite delicious. They can feed you for days on end. Those that take them down. Well, they're, I don't know, a little bit smaller than, well, a little bit smaller than anyone that's directly with us. There was a female in town. It looked a bit like one. It was a human, but I don't know if their eyes were large. They have very, very, very large eyes. They live there in the dark wood. But they're, what shall we say, seductive. They'll try to force themselves upon you if they get near you. So you have to be careful. And they will try to kill you. But you can eat them. So that's a lot about deers, you know. Of course, you know that you know the deers were created by Eramon. You know this, right?
I've heard of something. It seems very strange to me, though. They seem like such a timid and skittish and scared
What? Right.
species to be created by such a divinity of darkness and of hate.
That's true. That's true. They are scared. That's what they were made for. They were made to emanate fear, because all their fear feeds back to the divine. So it's a plan. Each of them has their own plan, an idea, and the more energy they can gain, the stronger they'll grow in their divine might. They play a role. For the deer have gone, from what I understand, into to every wood I have heard of. You'll find them in this one. I have seen signs of the hunter of the deer in this area. But such things were made apparent and created by Eramon, the art of hunting. And to hunt, you must have something to hunt. And so, too, at those fear-filled deer, oh, they are delicious when they are chased to the point of their heart becoming utterly terrified and filled and pumping with delicious, wonderful fear. It tastes in the blood and relishes. You see, you cook the food and destroy it and pervert it, but when you know how to taste, when you really have strong taste, and I have a theory that the rest of you species have a weak sense of taste. Maybe not all of you, but humans and I don't know. Did the Ferrum cook their food? I'm not sure. I would think Thalagard would eat just about anything, looking at him. But each of you seems to not have that same taste. For us, we can taste the different flavors in blood. The flavor that penetrates into the meat, and the harder and longer you make that heart pump, the sweeter the nectar of their blood. It is almost an aphrodisiac, since one at such a height of sensuality, which I don't think you would understand. From what I have seen, humans are only, you're almost as bad as far. It's just sex, 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 sex all in your mind all the time. It's not so for us. There are other sensual heights of adulation one may reach to and peer to and slide upon their mind in the consumption of flesh, of blood. Oh, it's so robbed when you merely have someone cook it for you, to destroy it, and it's a perversion of flame. While light perhaps has its uses, fire I cannot see any of it. But if you'll go for your mad flame, Lord, it'll burn the world at a chance. I suppose that's what you'll do.
What you don't... Fire is something that has always been very important
To you?
Yes, yes, indeed. See,
Not for me.
while it may be a bane to your species, it has been so incredibly useful for us humans. I think that without fire, our species would not have been nearly as successful, or may not even survive to this day. Fire is something we use to, as you say, cook our food, which is necessary. But also, you don't understand, fire is something that cleanses, too. It cleanses the food that we eat. It cleanses when we need to start a farm, oftentimes we will burn an area of the grasses that are upon the ground to make the land more fertile for our crops. It is something that has been, it's not only it's not just light, it's not just heat, it's also a cleansing thing. It cleanses the land so that we can live upon it. That is why
I understand your plans. Burn the forest down. Oh, yes, the axes that hack, and the flames to turn it to pasture land. No, it's the great forest that seeds life. In our culture, we strive towards one thing and one thing only: perfection. As you have said, your people have a different view entirely.
We will have to agree to disagree on this. For in fact, when you speak of us having the poor taste, I would almost say the opposite. There's so much that you miss as someone who has learned from Dista so much about the fine ways of elegantly cooking food. There's so much you miss, Yavashtakai. You don't understand what you miss. There's so many elegant herbs and things you can add to a food that can give it so many unique flavors. Yeah. And in fact, it seems, for me, I have found that killing an animal when it is unawares, when it is not afraid, seems to give the food almost a better taste for me.
Oh my. I believe that is the time for laughter, isn't it? I've understood from your people. To laugh at what is utterly absurd, and of course it doesn't. You just can't taste it. It's not your fault. You're almost a grass eater, I've seen you shoveling the grass in your mouth or a twig or something like that, just some nonsense. We have our own sorts of seasoning, slight bits of toxins from various mushrooms and such things you can apply to the flesh without water. They're large beetles that grow only, it would seem, in the darkness of our wood. They are taken and you can squeeze them just a bit and they release a dew like that of Elsom, and it provides an interesting bit of flavor. I don't know. I don't know how it would be on your tongue. You might not even be able to taste it. Who knows?
I'd be interested to try it. I'm always willing to find new flavors for the food. I do hope it wouldn't poison me, however.
I don't know.
I'm
I
sure.
think I think that would be a very real concern for you. I've heard your kind is quite vulnerable to disease. You seem to wallow in it.
Yes,
From what I've been told.
it is true, especially in the cities.
Well, isn't that all you live in? You're just all in cities. You're the builders of cities.
Well, it is true that we have many of our people living in cities, but our species is, as I said, the clans can be very, very different from each other. Some clans almost seem to prefer the countryside. Some who are created on various different days seem to almost prefer the countryside versus the cities. In fact, some humans even abhor the cities, thinking that they should be burned to the ground and razed, or all of our lands should be turned into farmland instead of cities. There are many, many various different views on cities. It's the Pelganites who are the ones who are very, very much into they are the strongest advocates of the cities.
Well,
And I am certainly no Pelganite.
isn't that the one that made you? Isn't it, Pelgan? From what
Yes.
I hear it is.
Yes, well, yes. Of course, growing up, we learned a lot of Pelgan, as many, many humans do, but I am certainly no follower of Pelgan or his horrible ways.
Well,
Certainly not.
I
I do.
a follower of Ajira or his ways.
Yes. I do appreciate that. I do see that in you.
Well,
You are very different from what I've been told of your kind. You are very different from what I've been told.
well, I'm a red cap. Red caps are quite different. There are many things. We have turned our back on Ajira, and he has turned his back on us.
How did this become? You spoke of a dead god that you bathed in the blood of some dead divinity or something. How did this happen?
Do you know much of Laku then? You said something about his day or some dribble like that when I first met.
I do. I am of the clan of Laku, but as I have said, he's been dead for years, far before I was born.
It's not what I have seen, for I have been there, high upon the spire. It's so far from here I can't even see it. Past the wood of my home, as we are here in Numitia. But upon that highest place of the world, they say it's the place where Nathraxu bound your lord, and Imar, and Igvael, and Leviathan, and Nif, and Tehul, and Igvael, all together, bound each one to the other, and made Kavega-Thael. That's the power of Nathraxu, perhaps the greatest entity that exists. And it is the same Nathraxu that made the 44, the great hoary trolls of antiquity, of Nagus and the Horde, and the others we have yet to meet, but still may meet and be judged by. I feel a pulse of a war coming, and it is under the auspice of Laku that the prophet, the avatar, the living, speaking word of God. Iadun, a human like yourself, of a house called Dune. Well, I suppose you know, maybe not, I don't know. But he was there upon the peaks, with the wind sweeping down, and said, he has a Nixad wife. He has Mihon Gi that follow him, and they revere him like a king, like a prophet, who has brought the dim dweomer of the gloaming, the strongest light they'd ever known, to them. And there are even Bob and she, as amazing as it might be. But there, upon the top, Thog Qualax, the god who made the Kitsune, a type of fairy, like us, but small and fox-like in their demeanor and in their tongue. They are almost, in ways, are opposite, not so to the degree of Freyin, but their tongues are full of lies. They can't tell the truth. The truth is as natural as breathing to Mihon Gi, to all of us. But to Kitsune, it is the other way around. To your eye, you might even confuse us with them. They look more like us, from what I understand, than any other species. And I've had some make that mistake. But I've not speak to many Kitsune, for I think they're almost extinct. But there are a few. I've seen them there on the streets of trade a few times in small caravans. But there, their god's blood still lingers in a giant lake upon the top of the spire that trickles down. And upon it, when a Mihon Gi is accepted into the fatal coup, they're taken and dunked. They are baptized in the blood of the dead Godthal. And they are reborn, there, shimmering, their eyes affixed well to the light, and their hair permanently stained, bright blood red. I found my sense of taste, and touch, and smell, and hearing, and sight all improved mightily. It was faster and sharper, but I was severed and kicked from that great state of dream, from that state of nightmare that you spoke of Ajira. I was pushed from such folly, and even had to encounter sleep as you have seen me sleep, as is not the way of Mihon Gi. It's the way of humans, and apparently call far from the snores that Cern's carcass elicits. Still, that is that.
Ayadun. I've heard that name. I thought we had thought he was dead. I had always heard that he had died.
Well,
That is very interesting. He was one of the first to be culled. I remember in the Inquisition. Fascinating.
he is there.
Perhaps he is alive. Perhaps Laku does still live. This is fascinating.
He is alive and speaks with the red and purple tongue of Laku, and is preparing war against the enforcers. He is rallying others to his cause. He is rallying many. Soon there shall be another side upon the enforcers, but it seems that we, under other auspices, are made ready for war.
Well, I can't fault him for that. I'm all for war with the enforcers.
Aye.
Yes. It's very interesting, though. Ayadun, alive. Fascinating. Wow. So you've met him yourself?
Of course I have. He dunked me in the water. His hands have been upon me.
Interesting. I'd like to meet him one day if the
Very
possibility ever occurred. But
very, very far.
yes, I know that the spire is far. But wow, my goodness. But this You do you know much about? You say that these kitsune are they are prone to lying. That's their nature. Are they children? Is there that seems to be the realm of Loptif now these days.
Indeed. How do you think it was to kill their god?
Oh, I guess I never really knew.
Do you know anything about Loptif?
Not much.
You know what Loptif is, don't you?
Well, yeah, I certainly know that, but
What is she then?
she is lies incarnate.
No, it's not that. I mean to the bait to the roost at the beginning. What is she?
Uh, she's one of those few that rose from being immortal, didn't she?
Yeah, but back before that.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't know the story. You'll have to illuminate me.
You don't know it.
What? We don't speak of her. It was very taboo to even mention her name. It would bring her eye upon you. At least that's what I was told as a child.
Taboo to speak her name. Well, I suppose that itself is something. And it's a good something. Loptif is a Freyine apotheosis. She's ascended herself to the ranks of the divine. The entire of the story, I'm not sure. But she was born Freyine. One of the ones without a gold skin. The sister of Freya. And she became a first avatar of Laku and turned upon him and was cursed to become a vampire. And in that state she has haunted and plagued many. It was almost as a perversion, almost to, in Laku's twisted mind, what I apparently thought of Mihon-Gi was. Well, she is nothing like us. And her tongue became poised with blood and lies on the grass-eating light eyes, confined to an eternity of darkness, never even to see more than the twilight sky. Yet she become more and more powerful. And I've heard many stories of battles, of hatreds, of angers between her and so many, because it says, those that I've heard stories from, and don't get me wrong, I spent no time around the followers of Loptif, but those I've heard the stories from, they say that they creep through the night with fangs poised ready to devour your flesh, to take your soul. That she desires nothing more than to sit at the left-hand side of Ahriman, to devour gods of both light and darkness, of Orter and Fretum, to kill them all and take their power and prove that she is perfect, believing that the true strength in Cosmos is Ahriman, and it is to those black gods that I speak. To devour Hister and Ajira, Fuchsia. If you know anything of any of these,
I do.
fear Loptif, and never say another word in your life that is untrue. For it is Eadun himself that spoke to me and told me every time we tell a lie, black or white, it is a prayer to Loptif, even if it is only a lie in our mind, a confusion or deception.
That definitely was something that was told to us as children. To never lie, as is the way of Laku. Always. However, it's been difficult. I found no other way. As we were being hunted, I suppose I probably lied more than I should have. But what other choice? I felt I had no other choice.
Aye, and it is that conundrum that Loptif wishes to put you in, so she can get stronger Every time you bend and break and shiver and quake and give in to weakness, she gets stronger. And perhaps soon enough, another god will die. She has taken Ishmi and Thog Qualix. She has taken Nif. And she will take more. And she wishes to take Laku and all that is Laku's. Temples and clergymen. She wishes to breathe her cold, hateful breath. To destroy Nijakthi, Imokine, any divinity that dares have the audacity to get close to her, to get in her way, and others that do not. As Swell said, most divinities do despise her, but she thinks her and herself is going to be the dancer at the end of time, of a great prophecy, the one to untie all and send it back into the pure perfection of silent darkness.
Well, when it comes to this whole darkness issue, I know there are many prophecies about the darkness fighting against the light, but I know who will be there in the end. The two players left on the stage. It will be Morgul against Ahriman in the end. This has been prophesized as well. For Morgul is a true fighter against the darkness. The only one left now that Ahura Mazda is gone.
Well, there's quite a bit of contention about the nature of Ahura Mazda, whether it is gone or is not. What I have seen there, over there, in that small structure, with that ogress, it's not seemed gone to me. But perhaps it is fueled by another one's power.
That was my thoughts on the matter. Perhaps this is a follower of Loptif. It would be horrible to imagine, but Loptif has stolen others' powers, perhaps even of light.
I just started looking very worried, like, oh, I never on. Well, surely a disquieting thought. Let us hope you are not correct.
I must admit to you that I do not know as much about the inner secrets of the Temple of Morgul as I would wish.
Oh.
I do not know, as I say. You say that Morgul wishes to sweep across the world, burning everything in his path. However, that is what many people say. However, he has always been a mysterious one. When I studied with Dista in the Temple of Dista, even Dista does not know his mind. The texts always speak of this, that Morgul has an agenda, has a long-term plan that is inscrutable to many. And although I am sure fire will be the end result of towards the end, if we are all prepared for it, I do not think it is something we should have to fear. I myself am planning for that time, preparing myself for the time when Ahriman brings his darkness upon the world, finishes off what he once started. I fear that time approaches, as it seems that the enforcers grow stronger, that they work against the world, bringing the forces against each other, weakening us, dividing us against each other. The forces of light are divided now in these days. But I think that Morgul has a plan, that he will not let this world be destroyed. That is not in his interests. He does not wish to see that. He has nothing against Igvale. He has nothing against Leviathan. Not as much, you may say. It was only against the cold that he had his true hatred. He does not wish to see this world destroyed. He will be the one who protects us. I am sure of it. He
What,
has a plan, and I will learn this plan.
what happens to these fields you love so much when fire ravages through them?
Morgul, as I said, will not let this world be destroyed. And those who follow him most, and those who see the light of his flame, will not perish, will not be consumed by the flame. I am sure of it. And you, in time, and I am sure that with Nogus's help, you shall not perish when the time comes. I know it. There will be a way. Morgul has, as I say, he has a plan. He has a plan for us all.
Well, I believe that Morgul does in fact have a plan, and that we have found camaraderie of ideas. It is only the nature of this plan that I find disquieting, to burn leaf and wood, to just turn to ash, forest and home and homestead alike, to burn the plants of the Freeing, to burn the trees that we so love, to burn ancient structures of stone till they are but dust, to blaze over deserts, to destroy the water and send it boiling to the sky, as I have seen done in Distus pots, as I have seen you do. All such things fill me with unease and disquiet, as uneasy as the cold breath of Lopdeef and the whispered lie upon the wind. Be certain, Royce Highcrow, that you understand there are many, many, many sides, and each one of them plays, and plays to win. And hands and tendrils and forks and tongues all protrude in to move and manipulate us, one to the other, one to a purpose. I place my faith, as strong as it is, however strong that might be, in the reflection of my own strength, as it echoes back in a world made by what is called the smartest entity to ever exist. That is where I place my faith, or my hope.
As you speak of the oceans boiling and the leaves burning and the forest, particularly when you speak of the crops burning, I do look uncertain. You've noticed that I've grown as time has gone on. My faith has grown stronger and stronger, but there is a small crack that almost appears, a small amount of uncertainty that appears to almost kind of flash upon my face, and I sort of almost mumble to myself, he has a plan. He won't let us all burn.
Well, in terms of divinity, do I want to put my worry in? Is Cern. Cern is an avowed follower of Elsom. And Elsom is, well, very bad. Very bad in every way. There's nothing to deal with that one.
I worry about her. She's been awfully quiet these last several chains. I wonder about her. I wonder what she plans. She seems to be going along with our journey, but what benefit is she getting from it? I cannot imagine that she is going along with this for no reason. There must be something on her mind, some devious plan she has planned for us. But on the other hand, she has been so useful for us. I don't wish to let her go. It's like an uncontrolled flame, as you might imagine. You wish to control it, but you know that you cannot. You know it can be useful, but on the other hand, it can burn you just as easily. It feels that same way, that she is something dangerous lurking, but on the other hand, so useful for us.
Well, I have very strange and mixed feelings towards her. I'm not quite sure what we should do with her. But the food that walks, And the food is very strong in its punching. I don't know what to make of him. It seems strange. He's talking of ataraxia. I don't even know what that is, but and
I
rage and such things. I don't understand. But it seems to, from what he has said, or what I have overheard him say, to not care for his own people.
per have you not do you not know of Mool?
Yeah, the god that wove the ogres. We know a lot about ogres. You see, in perhaps well to your initial question towards the darkness. In darkness, there is a strong hierarchy, and there are that both among the court of darkness and among the mortals and quasi-immortals. There is at the top you have the apotheosis dragons. They are very, very powerful. I've never seen one, but I am told they exist. Perhaps they do, perhaps they don't. They may well only be myth, but they're said to be real. They're perhaps something that has perished long ago, some say, in the war of darkness. What? Then there are the Nixads. Do you know what a Nixad is?
Nixad. Yes, aren't they? They are. I believe they are of Cinder. Am I correct about this?
That's right. They are the nymphs of darkness, of the union of Cinder and Uramon. Cinder, in her younger days, apparently would be inclined to entertain many of the elder creators with her wiles, as unfathomably feminine as they have been described.
Who hasn't she entertained, as you might say?
Well, I should not cast poor comment towards her. She's known to be quite wrathful. But I like look her right, actually a little afraid, like him, not me.
No, oh, she is. She is one to appreciate. I do not mean to speak ill of her. She.
I wouldn't.
She's.
Make sure she gets the voice right.
But she is a divinity of love. It is no surprise that she would have many suitors.
Oh. Well, this is true. I've even heard there's some sort of romance or some such thing between Laku and Cinder now. There was murmuring whispers between the Red Cops. Out of some things I overheard at Doomsday at the time I spent there upon the spire, recuperating myself, learning more of what I needed to for my journeys. Cinder, that's one I would be careful with. But then I had right. The Rixads are the children of Eramon and Cinder, and they are amongst the Fey Courts of Darkness. They are at the very top. Some say it is the dragons, the apotheosis dragons, who are the highest, and then the Nixads. Nixads are, I have seen Ayadun, the only human I've ever known to have a Nixad, and she, by the swell of her belly, it seemed they were certainly well one union joined, and said to be wed by the other Redcaps there. But there were Nixads, and then it is Mihongi, and we are above all others. And there are many, many, many species of darkness, and I'm not even sure of the names of. I've not studied such things so well. There are the Kitsune, who would be next, and then the ogres, and then well down at the very, very bottom, foul, filthy, loathsome, despicable, hideous goblins. You've probably never seen a goblin before, have you?
No, I did hear the story though from the leader of our temple. She spoke of it. Spoke of the goblins. She was a Hibben, so I did hear such stories.
Hibben, yes. I did not know they still existed. I thought they were all dead.
No, there are many who are part of our of Dista, of our order.
Oh.
Dista, you may not.
Where they stay in trade then?
Yes. You may not know that much of Dista, but Dista is.
I've been immersed in these Hibben and where they are.
I sort of like look at you like suspiciously, like Oh, he's thinking about eating one. He's like, oh, I wonder how they taste. Uh, yes. Well, but Hibben flock to Dista. Dista is
A flock of Hibben, you say? Oh my. Well, that is something to see. Do they move very slowly?
I do give you that suspicious sort of eye. Like I sort of arch my eyebrow at you.
Can Hibben fly?
I do not believe so.
And they're very small, like us, like a goblin.
They are about the same size, yes.
And they have feathers.
Yes.
I see. Oh, wondrous indeed. Hibben.
I am sorry, Yavashtuka, but if I see a Hibben, I will not allow harm to become upon it.
Oh, yes, of course you won't. Why should that come as any surprise to me?
You don't understand. You've never met one. They are...
Oh, which two, though?
Dista is a... Say what you want about Dista. She may be, at times, weak, which is why I left the Order. One of the reasons I left the Faith.
Irrelevant.
But she is a divinity of kindness. She is willing to take anyone in, regardless of their background, regardless of where they come from and their background, and who they are and what they have done in their previous life. But they are very similar in many ways. The Hibben, they are, the one thing I can say about them is they have never, even though there are very few left, they have never given up. They are incredible creatures. Truly remarkable.
Yes, well, perhaps I can find a Kitsune to introduce you to, and you can introduce me to Hibben, and we'll both go off a merry way.
Doesn't sound like I would enjoy these Kitsune very much.
Well, I don't know. You can find that out for yourself. But on to the topic of Hibben.
Yes, well...
I will tell you this. I've eaten a goblin before, and they're very disgusting. They're hideous little feet, and the meat is like full of stench. Whatever horrid thing happened to them definitely left them disgusting. I can only imagine Hibben don't taste the same, though. It seems they are perverted by the wiles of Lopte. Many of them, those few that are smart enough to actually have any degree of worship, anything, are followers of Lopte, at least in secret, and I find that disquieting. But I've eaten one before. I was very hungry. There in the Blue Desert is not all that much to eat, and a lot to try to eat you.
I've heard that they're completely unredeemable little sacks of shit, personally. That's what I've been told.
Might not be far off, actually.
I've heard there's nothing, and this is coming from this is coming from the Hibben, who are always, especially the leader of our temple, she is one who, as I said, she would take in anyone who, regardless of how horrible things they may have done, she would have taken in.
I'm not about him listening very intently, like, oh, okay.
She would have taken in serial mass murderers easily, ones who have burned whole cities to the ground. But
like Mool.
The way she spoke of the goblins, you would never see her angry except for those moments. Those moments she spoke of them.
Yes.
There was much
very useful information.
Yes. Well, I guess. Yeah.
Sort of cocking my head from one side to the other as I look at you, smelling the air ever so slightly.
Do you try to eat every species that you encounter?
No, you don't ever want to eat a ferrum. They're very, very poisonous.
No, I mean every new species you've met. Have you always tried to eat?
Well, no, I never tried to eat a ferrum. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, they do smell awful, to be fair. I mean,
they're allegedly very poisonous. You can die if you eat one. Shouldn't eat one.
Well, if I mean, you didn't live in Bale, but Bale. Oh, I mean, you could smell the Ferrum communities from miles off. They are. Uh, I, I mean, Thalagar. He is.
Yes.
Although he is a loyal companion, I have to say his bathing habits are most unpleasant,
I agree.
even now.
That's why I insisted that we be allowed to drink from the water before he got in it.
Uh, why would I suppose yes.
Would you want to drink from the pollution that comes off of him? He is the antithesis of purity.
Well, it was never really an issue in Bale. They stayed pretty far away from the river, so I felt no compunctions against drinking from its waters.
Ah, well, very good then. Have you ever been upon a boat before? I suppose will be by necessity taking one. I've seen them, but only ever in the harbor of trade. I didn't spend too much time there. Our community is not near that area, and it's a bit intimidating. If I must be honest.
I must admit, much to my shame, that I've never been upon a boat.
I don't know. I don't see it
When
as-
I traveled, when I traveled from trade to Bale, I did not even have enough coin to procure myself a voyage upon a vessel, so I had to walk the way and take a ferry across the river. So I suppose a ferry's as close as I've gotten to a boat, if you can call such a thing a boat. Do you know what a ferry is? I suppose maybe you don't.
Ah, I am a fairy.
No.
Yes,
I'm
I am a fairy.
Yes, you are a fairy.
Is a fairy. A Mihangi is a fairy. A Kitsoon's a fairy. A nymph is a fairy. An ogre's a fairy. I could tell you all about fairies. You want to talk about fairies? I think I know more about them than you do.
I sort of struggle now looking at you like I'm really struggling to find a different word. Do you know what a portage is?
A what?
It's like it's a shallow area across a river. It's an area you can cross.
I don't know anything about water. I know about water like this, like streams or a little lake, not like that big great river there. The Red River, I think they called it.
Yes, the Red River. Well, yeah, there are some areas of the Red River that are fairly shallow that you can not exactly wade across, but they tie a boat-like object to a rope, and they sort of pull their way across with these giant sticks. Basically, they're called an oar, but you plunge it down into the river.
I've seen an oar before. I know what that is. I've been in the Red River too to swim. And I suppose before we're done here, I'll teach you how to swim. At least start on it. It was quite pitiful watching you.
I would like that. As I said, I've never really had the time. There was so much time devoted to training and to mastering the sword and the spear and the shield. Well,
and the mortal and the pestle and the cooking spoon. Yes, I know. You valuably use your time to learn.
No, that was in. I didn't do a lot of that in. I didn't do a lot of that in Bale.
Well, good for you then.
Yes. Perhaps you could teach me then.
Swimming, yes. By the way, I'll show you a bit of swimming over the next few days. We have a good place for it. Perhaps it'll prevent you from drowning. It's a real concern. All Mihangir, at least all Mihangir that I know of, I can't speak for all of them, I suppose, are brought to pits, little water pits. You know, not quite a lake, not even quite a pond, but like a small little pond, bigger than a mud puddle. And they swim. They're taught to swim the young. But I know how to swim pretty well, I think. You'll be the judge. Well, I guess you wouldn't really be able to judge, but I think I can show you at least.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
It's no problem.
I could use a swim right now. I feel it is getting rather hot. And I sort of
Well, Bryce Hiker, I'm obliged to you. You've stood by me and fought well. I don't have any plans to eat you, and I'm happy to lend to you whatever I have. I have no concern with such things as coins. I never really understood the concept. I tried to learn and trade. Mihan did not operate under such principle. If you need a sword, you have a sword. If you need clothing, you might have someone make it if you don't know yourself, and then you might do something for them. It's the pack, and such things are past. For example, we may make a foray into Rotterdam and kill a bunch of Frayne and eat them. And then those swords will be passed down from generation to generation.
I look like I had my
They
mouth
make a completely straight face, like, I'm just giving you information.
The words in my mind that I was about to speak were, it was very similar in the Temple of Vista, but I sort of swallowed my words. Well, yes, with Vista we did share many things, though I suppose in a different sort of fashion than yours.
Let me ask you this about your Dista. Now, this is confusing me from what I'm gleaning from what you're saying. Now, Dista, as you've taught to cook all sorts of different things and to be a great cook, yes?
Yes.
But you never eaten anything that talks, that looks, that screams.
You must. I know this is difficult to understand, Yvashka.
Very confusing.
It is. I can. One of the things that I learned at a young age was empathy. I do understand. I do understand what you are saying. But with us, especially with us humans, it's something that Pelgin put into us.
If you said you didn't follow.
I don't. But you do not follow.
I looked at you very carefully.
You do not follow Ajira, correct?
That's right. Yes, that's right.
However, there are parts of Ajira that are in you. They are inbuilt. They are built into you as part of who you are. It is the same with me, with Pelgin.
I smile, showing my rows of huge, horrifying fangs. I'm like, yeah, I ain't like Hayes.
Yes, exactly. You are, no matter if you are a redcap, you are still a wolf fairy. The wolf is in you. The hunt is in you. With my kind, Pelgin, he created us. He put a part of himself within us, and one of those parts is a commandment that we were taught from a very young age, and something that is ingrained into us, and is to never eat sentient or sapient beings, to not eat ones that are intelligent, that have the intelligence of us. It's hard to explain.
Let me time out here, Andrew, and ask you an out-of-character question. I did watch you eat that Seder in Ultramanurga, yeah?
Yes.
Right. So when you ate the Seder, that was your first taste.
I sort of look really uncomfortable. Yes.
Well, I don't think Seder's really the best representation. That one it wasn't very good, if to be honest. So, what you really need to get for your cooking is that Frayne we got with us. We need to knock him over the head and cook him. I mean, you can cook part of him, and I'll just eat the rest. Beautiful, luxurious blood. Talk about a way to carry your food with you. Doesn't even know.
I do look slightly sick.
No, you don't understand. It's the most delicious food there is. I assure you. We call it, how does it translate for you? Fey wine. The blood of the Frayne, golden, dancing, delightful. It smells so good. They smell so good. When I'm near him, it makes me quiver.
I must admit, it is a shameful story of our people. However, there was a clan of humans who did choose to follow the path that you speak of, but
What?
as I said,
Cooking frame?
no, eating other beings like us, eating our own kind.
Oh, the cannibals.
Yes,
Well, that's a whole different thing. Well, we don't do that.
it.
I would starve to death before I ate another Mihan Gi.
You
Well,
may
that,
not you may not understand this, Yuvashtika, but it feels the same
I
for
wouldn't
us.
be darn.
Eating
If she does
eating
have
my
Mihan
own
Gi,
kind and eating that satyr, they might as well have been the same thing.
that's ridiculous.
I understand you feel that way, but
I
that is built into us. As
That's right.
sons of Pelgan, that is the way of our people. It's the thought. Oh, I'm sorry, I do not feel well. The thought of that satyr.
I lick my lips. It was pretty good, though. You must admit.
I kind of look like I'm not gonna admit that. I am absolutely not. In my mind, yes, I agree with you. I will not admit that though.
There's no jest or anything other than just straightforward. Like, yeah, that was good though. And come on, man, tell the truth. Fraying is the best. There are some cooks amongst our people, ones that can really take the fraying meat and prepare it. They put all the different toxins in there, and they get the blood just perfect. They could feel it. They could sense that they're such wonderful hunters. When they run them down, and fraying are pretty slow. I mean, you're pretty slow too, so you might not appreciate that. I mean, not like Thalagar. That's like really Thalagar. You know, I don't know. There's these things. The Ninthoin slug that we have in the Dark Forest. I mean, it's like Thalagar. You know, they're just big and blocky, and they move like incredibly slow. You don't want to get too near them, though. They shoot this stuff. What is the word for it? I can't even think of it in my tongue. It's a rare thing, but it burns you when it hits you, but not a fire. It's very, very bad.
The only thing I know is citrus. I suppose citrus is.
I don't know
comes
what
from
that means
fruit,
either.
kind of burns. Oh, I suppose you don't know. You don't cook.
I don't
So-
understand what citrus means. I've never heard that word before.
It comes from fruits. It's
What
something.
languages do you speak, by the way? Because I think you and I had another common one besides the Julian.
I honestly I don't know if we've tried another one. I mean, I'd be willing to try with him, but the only
What languages did you speak, though?
Tehulian, Pelganese, obviously,
Yeah, sure.
Moolish, Hella, Dazazays, and Morgulish.
Okay, so you're the person that does not speak another language. All right, very well. We got a lot of them covered, though. And a bunch
Yeah.
of the other ones.
I'm good with languages.
Yeah, sure enough. I got 4 of them, so I think you had 5.
Yeah, I think I have 1, 2, 3, 6 actually.
6. Wow, very impressive.
Including my own though.
Yeah. I have 4, including my own. But all of the other 3 ones you don't speak. I say I'm backwards into Tehulian, the language of the Farum.
Mm-hmm.
I say it's a question of things I haven't eaten. I never ate a Farum. I mean, how to explain? Like you talked about, you smell them. I don't think, because I've been watching you, and I don't think your sense of smell is that good. Like humans in general, you don't seem to have much of a sense of smell. I guess because you're not hunters, you raise, I don't know, what was the word you said? Citrus? You raise citrus or
Yeah.
What
Fruits.
is the other word? I heard someone said bacon. That's the kind of plant, yeah?
Oh, no, that's from the that's from the pig.
So you eat pig, do you?
Well, I don't usually partake in pig. It was rather looked down upon in Dista. We would cook it if that was requested, but not usually. That's I know a lot of other humans who quite enjoy pig, but it's not something I usually do as much with.
You're a filthy, filthy vermin, I suppose. Don't you know what a pig is?
I do.
You know the story of how a pig was made?
I do, which is the reason I stay away from it.
Uh,
Many of my kind have been poisoned and have gotten caught diseases from pig, which is part of the reason I
Of course they have.
stay far away from them.
A pig is
Coming from
it's like a demon in flesh. Why anyone would eat that is beyond me. I've certainly never eaten a pig. You talk about eating satyrs or fraying, like that's disgusting, and you're pig eaters. Pig eaters. That's the brood of Azidehaka, the most loathsome of all divinities, the living fabric of disease, of dancing demons and darkness, and upon the swine. And I've seen it. I've seen in trade, like there was this thing that it was wood, and then there was dirt. It was behind like a group of houses, and it was large, and there was all these big fat pigs in there.
pig
And
pen.
I didn't understand what they was going to do with them. I thought, well, they got him there, and they were going to do some kind of ritual on him or something like that. And I come to find out, they was eating them, and just all of them was coming off the streets and eating. I couldn't believe it. The smell wafted on the cooking, and that's like, are you eating disease? What did Santa has Raxel controlled your brain? That's what I thought to myself. These are what are Raxalians. Got sense to them. That's something I won't eat.
Yes, I don't blame you there. You must understand our people are very new to this world, and many of us,
Oh, no.
many of our people are very ignorant of. I am unusual in my kind. I know a lot about religion, but many of my kind do not. And they do not know the significance behind pig, which is why they get sick and die so easily.
Do you eat wolves? Do you eat that?
Wolves? Not personally. I know that many of my kind drive off and kill wolves, but I've lived all my life in cities. I
I
don't.
look offended by that. I'm like, oh.
As you know, wolves stay far away from cities usually. I don't know much of wolves, to be honest with you. This excursion, living in the ruins and in the forest, this is the most outdoors I've seen my whole life. I've lived in cities most of my life.
That's a
In
shame.
jail, in trade.
It's a waste. Well, at least you're getting some experience. You see, trees are sacred. They are very sacred to myself and to all Mihangi I've ever met. They are wondrous, beautiful things. And
They're useful.
we like to myself, even near trade, I'd taken seeds. I got a hold of seeds from, there was this strange little man. I'm not sure what it was. I didn't always ask, and sometimes there were language problems. Just so many different species, and it sold me a lot of seeds, different kinds, for trees. That's very little. It's just a goat I had, and he gave me a large group of seeds, and I was planting them all around trade. In fact, if you go there, you're going to see some saplings, well, coming up just out there in what they call the freelands to the north, I believe it is, of
Yes.
trade. I would
Yes.
plant them in small groves, like kind of like myself, like as a planter. You understand?
Oh, you're talking about the apples, right?
No. I wouldn't go around planting the trees of Damar. That'd be a whole different deal.
Oh, no, that's Bale. I'm sorry. I sometimes mix up the two. It's been so
No.
long since I've lived in trade.
A lot of trees, they get knocked down in trade. We had gotten a small preserve. It was there's a community, I said, of men getting, we'll come together and we pool the resources of, maybe I had eaten someone and taken their goat, and then we would take the goat and trade it, and we'd add other things like pieces of silver that for some reason you like, maybe some weapons of iron. We don't really care for iron. Things of these nature. We'd put it all together and we'd trade, and we got ourselves a bit of it's very confusing to me. Maybe you won't even understand this. It's called land rights. I don't really understand the concept, but somehow they can't knock our trees down that we planted there. I don't really understand. Again, it doesn't make any sense at all to me. But I bought a bunch of the seeds myself when I was young, and I dug holes. I got a shovel. It's a strange little thing. Do you know what a shovel is?
Of course.
Well,
Absolutely.
I don't know. Perhaps we don't have such things in where I was from. It's the only shovel I've ever seen. Well, there was two others when I bought it, but they looked the same, so it's similar. From a peddler down there in the merchant areas. It's right. Well,
Yes.
many merchant areas. But I dug all these holes and I put all these seeds in them. Just little small holes, about that deep. The seed, and we would bring pails of water right from the Ray River, and we would dump it there, and they started sprouting. And there was maybe 60 trees. There were pine trees, of course, because we like pine trees. But even then, I was learning the occultism, and so I snuck in a couple of oaks, because oak is a tree that's real special. Some say it's the first tree. Some say pine is the first tree. It's hard to say. But we planted them both in a small forest we want to have grow up there, and we don't have land rights. Which again, it's very confusing. Maybe you don't understand that. I certainly couldn't. But we were building it there because it's what we like. Our trees. It's like they cast a wonderful shadow. They make a home where we can be safe, and we're not well noticed. So that is what we do. We venerate the world. We take care of it. We do not erect stone. And I saw something called a garbage pile. I could not believe it. It is the saddest thing I've ever seen. In Trey, there's this huge hole, and there's these piles around it of just filth, of old bits of broken, rotting wood, of rotted, rancid food, of bones, of all sorts of things, and they all pile it right in one place, where you can't possibly have enough creatures that break it down, and it just stinks, and it's disgusting. And that's the kind of thing that cities bring. Why you want something like that versus a beautiful, serene forest full of bats, and perhaps even in a more lit forest, birds or delicious squirrels, where all these things can come and can eat them. Wow, that's what I'd be about.
As you're talking about this forest, I look really confused. Like, it's some sort of religious thing you're saying, that making this forest is this like a compulsion amongst your people? I mean, that seems like a very poor shelter to me. Why don't you just build homes, like chop down the trees and build a home? I mean,
you better not go there and chop down the trees. I bought them trees. But I planted them and I watered them.
Well, no, I mean, they're your trees. You can do it's your land. You can do what you want with the land.
I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean it's my land?
It's your land. You bought it. You bought the land. It's your land.
I have the vague understanding that your people seem to think you can just own land by buying it. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, see, okay, all right. Let's say you're going into a Frayne settlement, right? And you kill all the Frayne, right?
I will eat them then. I will eat. And you see me, I can't go off like, it's like, Bluto in an old cartoon in the middle of the desert. I look like this is the most wonderful fantasy you've just given me.
Well, yeah, we did very similar things when our people were young, when we were younger than we are now.
Rain?
No, we came in. We would come into an area and claim the land as our own, and kill the people there, and settle the land and build homes and crops and.
Well,
people don't do the same.
Your people are very savage. No, of course we don't claim land. No one can own land. Land owns us.
Sure we do.
Oh, you're very confused.
And you rent a room, don't you? For that amount of time, that room is. I don't
understand that either. We should just go out in the woods and lay there. I don't like the room. A lot of times I don't even sleep there.
You get rain on you when it rains, and
nice.
It's cold
rain
in the
good on the skin.
Why would? Again, I don't understand. Is it a religious thing?
In trade, sometimes we would stay in these homes. I never liked it. I never liked it at all. It's just a religious thing. It's a way of being as part of the world. See, what you don't understand is we are pure, but your people are very corrupt. You're extremely imperfect. You'll never survive should Ahriman's plan come to fruition. It is that the reason to which the Frayne and the humans and such things are are well good to be, well, for other purposes, shall we say. But for us, our thought as a species, and I obviously differ in some areas, is that when Eramon destroys all, we will be judged as perfect, and we will reign and live on, unlike the rest of you.
By having trees and birds and bats? I don't
No.
understand. How does that make you
We
perfect?
take care of the world that we have. We take care of what we are around. We do not burn it down or deform it. We live with it. We live with the trees, same as the squirrel does. You will chop the tree down and make it into the weird house. Then you will burn part of it. Then you will turn part of it into an oar, perhaps your shirt. I say, like, obviously very confused.
You live in the trees like squirrels do?
Of
That
course,
seems very strange to me.
of
Why would
course,
you
you live
live
in
in
the
the
tree.
tree? That's a
Uh,
horrible idea.
you come and live in the dark forest and see if you want to live on the ground.
I'd prefer to live in my house. Thank you.
You wouldn't last but a few minutes.
Well, yeah, in the dark forest, but I'm not going to live in the dark forest.
No, you
Uh,
wouldn't. I look at you very seriously. No, you wouldn't.
See, and this is exactly the reason why I just the trees. I don't see the reason for them. No, I'm sorry, Yavashtika. They just don't make any sense to me. I mean, you have animals living them. I guess that's good for hunting. That sounds good, but I
Yeah.
mean, there's wolves in there that'll eat you, and there's other. I mean, aren't there? Isn't it dangerous in the dark forest? Like, won't other things try to eat you? I mean, I'd rather
Oh, yes,
burn
of
it all
course.
down and just grow some crops.
Oh, yes, of course you would. That's what I'm talking about. You insane worshiper of Morgul.
But
That was the root of what I was saying. You want to burn it all down, and that is the quintessential element of the problem betwixt us.
well, yeah, I mean
Yes,
to,
burn
to
everything
build a
down.
house. Don't you
Of
build?
course you would. And long ago, there were stories of humans that come with fire and axes to the wood. They knock the trees down to take the trees and sell them. And after some days, perhaps a chain, we came upon them, we ate them, and then more came back. But we ate them too. And then they stopped coming after about the fourth time.
But why would you want to live in a tree? I mean, the house is such a better dwelling. I mean, it gives you better protection from uh, from the wind and the rain. I mean, otherwise you freeze to death. I mean, what's the good purpose of
You
that?
freeze to death. It's quite. You wouldn't freeze to death out here. It's not cold out here. It's not like we're living in Niflheim. And those of us that do live in Niflheim, they're the same thing. You just deal with it. You become at one with nature, and nature becomes at one with you. You're like an enemy of nature. So, of course, you want to burn and destroy. You don't understand it at all. You're clueless, young child of a young child race.
I do. I actually do look rather clueless about this whole thing. This whole protecting. I don't understand this protecting nature. What's the purpose? I don't understand. Why would I want to protect nature, as you call it? Do you mean like the world? I understand protecting the world from darkness,
No,
but
no, 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 no. Most of us don't want to do that at all. We simply take care of what we have now so we may live perfectly with it. It is part of perfection to live in the most ideal state possible, to demonstrate your worth, to protect that which you're given, and to use it well. And we are given a place in the natural order. We are above most of what is there. We are below Nixads, and we are above the others. I know above the animals, but there's still things that are very large and dangerous, so we live in trees. Most of us, anyway.
yes,
But
well,
there.
I guess if that's how you live, I suppose. But for us, the most ideal situation is just to have as much cropland as possible, and for that, we need flat land with no trees. So that's how we live.
I'm
I
aware of
don't
that.
I don't see how your people can even how you even you don't. So you just hunt the things of the forest. That just seems like a very dangerous, not very stable life to live.
Whoa,
For
whoa,
us,
whoa.
when we grow the crops, we get a constant supply of food. With hunting, it's sometimes you catch it, sometimes you don't. It's not very stable. A crop will almost always bring yield and give us food.
Well, we do go hungry at times, but there's lots of things in the dark wood. Sometimes we're reduced to eating large beetles and such. And I have been hungry before. I have felt my belly starve. And Answer Minerga was not the first time for me. But there are other things we can, as you seem to think, all we do is raid and eat those that scream. And while we do love it, it's just a fine delicacy. We eat many other things. Really, almost any kind of flesh is flesh. Of course, as you're saying, the Ferrum or Weigish, we know these to be bad to eat. We would not eat them. We would not eat a Darkling, a Kulfar, because they are said, as shameful as it is to admit, that they are of our blood, the blood mingling between ours and the Freyin. And for that I would not eat Cern. It is, she's not to be eaten. No, it's not bad to make her perhaps think so. They can be quite difficult from what I see. I have only seen a few of them. They stay very well away from the Mihangi area in trade. They were cowardly. I don't know. They must have gotten it from their Freyin forefathers.
Are they like the... I have to say, I don't know much of the Kalfar. Are they like the Chibwis?
Are they like what now?
The Chibwis?
What is that?
I've heard of them. There's a hyena-like creature. They used to hunt our species down.
What's a hyena?
To be honest with you, I don't know. It looks like a wolf, I think.
Oh, you mean Mihangi? It's pronounced Mihangi.
No, they laugh. They have this like.
Yes, I laughed before. I tried to understand your human customs of laughter. So you mean me?
No, I don't think.
You're talking about me. A laughing Mihangi.
No. There are people.
Three times around you. Three.
You don't understand me, Vashikar. They're like a people of the grass. You're not a people of the grass, are you?
No, trees. You're getting everything confused.
Forget it. But yes.
I look at you like you're a soccering idiot. Just shake my head. I'm not laughing stoically, stone-faced like.
Well, you were speaking of swimming, then. I am feeling rather warm.
I suppose, yes. Come then.
Right, well, yeah, I definitely.
All I have on is a pair of pants. And I have like a little pouch. I set that down. I have very, very few things. I got like some paper and like a quill and like some ink. I think that's all I have. Maybe like a pouch or a belt or something.
Well, you have more than me then. I've the clothing, and then that's about it with me at the moment. So I just.
I mean, that's all I have.
Mm-hmm. I have some coins, but that's about it, and a knife, but that's about all for me. But I strip off the clothing, kind of patting all the sawdust off my clothing, putting them in a pile on the ground, and sort of walking hesitantly towards the stream.
I just pull off my pants like that's just straight, and just get right in. Come on now, let's show you what to do.
All right. You lead the way, I suppose. So
I get you in the water. Another thing you notice is I don't have the same sort of intimacy restrictions that humans do. I just grab a hold of you, and it doesn't seem to make any difference to me. Of course, I wouldn't being one that devours the flesh. So I start showing you some like really basic swimming techniques. Nothing is what you'd find at the YMCA nowadays, but all the same, fairly well effective. And I start showing you things. See, you seem much lighter in the water. You see, when I can pick you up like this, that's very easy.
Oh man, that's a weird feeling.
Well, it's a little different now. What you need to know, though, first and foremost, is you're in a whole other element. We, both of us, are designed for Damar. We are not We're not. I don't know. There are probably scores of things besides fish that are designed for this kind of world, but we aren't them. Still, we can learn a little bit as to not be drowned, at least. It's a beneficial skill. Should a boat sink or something of that nature?
I heard once of a fish-like creature that used to live in the. It's a mythical creature that used to live in the Red River long, long ago. I think all the Farum killed them off many years ago, but they had like these fins on them, and supposedly they were people just like you and me. But
People with fins on them.
yeah,
Oh, it's
heard of
not
that.
surprising, but you know what? I'll tell you. The first thing in my head, delicious.
Well, I think I don't know. I don't know why the Farum killed them, but I heard stories about them. Sometimes people say that they see them. Sometimes sailors on the river say that they still see them, but they're usually laughed off. Wish I
Fair.
could be a creature like that. It would make it a lot easier for me to do this. This is quite difficult.
Phantom
Me-
are a very strange species, and I'm still working with you. You know
Yeah.
the thing that I learned with them, they hate fraying. I mean, they hate them, which is great, right? I mean, you'd think so at least. Now, don't get me wrong. We don't ever want all the fraying to get killed because they're delicious. That would just be stupid. I mean, why would you do that? But maybe the Farum found these fish people you're talking about to be delicious, and they ate all of them.
I don't know. I don't know if the Farum eat. I don't think they eat other sentient beings. I think they're like us in that way. But do you know why? I heard a story about why the part of the reason why the Farum hate the Freyines so much.
I think it's all about something to do with owning land or something like that. I didn't really understand it when they said this story to me, or about gold or something that I can't imagine why anyone would want.
Yes, well, the as you've probably seen, the Farum are they have some sort of unnatural, almost fascination with gold in a way that I don't even think us humans can understand. Us humans do value certain metals, but the Farum, they have a some in the same way that you crave Freyine. They
No,
seem
no,
to
no, they're
crave.
delicious. They're delicious. That's
I,
not the same.
I know, but the Farum seem to be almost the same way about gold. And there
Look,
was
what's your favorite food? What is your favorite food, Bryce Hackcrow?
my favorite food. I would say my favorite food is when you get a nice, delicious steak and you put just the right seasoning on it. You put. You've never had.
What kind of
It,
animal is steak?
it can come from various sorts of animals. It can come from deer. It can come from many different
Oh, you
sorts
like
of
to
animals.
eat deer, is what you're saying.
Well, I've had it before. It's delicious. Some of the
So,
hunters came in bringing their game from the outside, and we had a deer steak, and I seasoned it just right. And you don't want to cook it too much. That's the key about steak. You
no,
don't
no,
actually
no.
cook
You
it.
don't want to cook it at all. That's the key.
Oh, no, 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 no. You don't understand. For us humans, if you cook it just the right amount, not too much, but just the right amount, it gets this flavor you wouldn't believe. You want some of the blood still dripping out of it. It's a delicious taste. But anyway, regardless, the Farum seem to have had a dispute about gold with the Freyine, and this came to blows. It happened after the time that Ahura Mazda, parts of him, his blood fell to the earth. The Farum seemed to go mad with it. They just went crazy, and the Freyine have never forgiven them for attacking them like that, unprovoked. That's the story as I've heard it.
You know, this is really strange. The first time our species came into contact with them, they were like in our wood. They were coming to like attack us or chop trees down. I don't know what they were doing, but they were right there and they weren't very friendly at all. We never had no reason to have animosity with them. that cursed Tehulian blood iron they make, which I've never encountered. But besides that, we don't want to eat them. We don't want to take their gold. We don't want to have their city. All we want is for them to leave us alone. We have no reason to have animosity with them, but they seem quite well ill-disposed towards us. Oh, and they like to eat wolves. You might not know that.
Wolves?
It's disgusting, I tell you.
Interesting.
Yes, we don't eat wolves.
Yeah, I do know that they definitely enjoy their alcohol, and they enjoy their cheeses and their breads. I do know that. And potatoes, they like those as well. I mean, I've served Ferrum, but never wolf.
What animal is a potato from?
I'm sorry, it's one of those things you won't eat. It's something that grows out of the ground, out of Damar.
Oh, it's like a berry.
Kind of. It's like a root.
Oh.
It's the root of a plant.
I just look at you and snobby like, okay.
Well, and I look kind of snobby back like, well, you live in the forest. You don't eat roots?
Of course not. These are roots. What do you think I am, afraid? It's ridiculous.
Ah, man, this water feels so good.
That does feel nice, I agree.
Oh. So you learned to swim in one of these pits, you say?
Yeah, that's true.
In the dark wood?
That's true. You don't want to, when you're young and somebody, you don't want to get out in a lake in the middle of the dark wood. Trust me. Trust me. They're one of the few spots where there'll be any light coming down. The canopy of trees, they don't like here. Jira makes it very, very tight, so there's no light at all. I've noticed you're almost a light eyes. Like you might not know, but I can see. Like if it's completely dark, I can still see. Did you understand that? Kind of think you didn't.
A lot of people have pointed that out to me. I almost feel like maybe I wasn't made right.
It's sad but true.
I can't see quite as well as others might, especially in the dark. I'm hopeless in the dark.
Good time to see well.
Oh, I know it, but that's why I always keep a torch handy. I know you think it horrible, but for me, I can't. This is something we will definitely disagree on, but I cannot.
Blinded me once with a damn thing.
I cannot stand darkness anymore. Darkness. When I was trapped there in the underworld, with no light, stumbling about, completely unable to see, that was. Imagine if there was a light that was going into your eyes so bright that you couldn't see a thing. That was the way it felt.
That's how most of me on Gi are. So I understood that. I've seen a light. It's very hard to see in at first until your eyes get accustomed to it. But I had a great difficulty traveling to trade the first time.
That's exactly the way I felt. It was like I was constantly stumbling around, unable to see. I kept hearing noises and horrible things slithering around in the darkness. But
that was Cern.
She was quite creepy down there.
And then I give you this weird sort of just a weird, creepy, expectant look, like I'm waiting for something.
Yes, but you are very good in darkness.
I must have done a bad job with it. I'm trying to learn what it is that you humans do. Is jokes. I did not do it right. I look kind of a little, not sad, but a little dejected. More like I'm like, I gotta figure that out better.
Oh well, no, you had the right idea. Your delivery's a little off.
Oh, all right then.
You look too serious. You know that look you have on your face, that expression? Maybe not so much. You know how we kind of smile sometimes when we're going to tell a joke? Because otherwise I thought you were being serious.
Oh, I see. No, it was a joke. I tried at least.
It was a good joke. It just, the delivery was a little off. Don't feel bad.
I look very confused. Like I just tried to do something that I maybe barely had a vaguest understanding of, And then you start explaining like a more complicated. I'm like, I don't understand. Maybe I'll try again sometime.
That's okay. Try it on. Maybe you could try it on Thalagar. Try it on Thalagar next time.
My people do not tell jokes. We don't have any. It's like lying. We don't understand it very well. But I'm trying to fit in as best I can in this strange world, as I am a bit of an exile from my own people. I mean, well cast by the shade of my hue. Probably be killed if I ran into another group of Mihongi. At least if they had any idea what the tribe of Ravenous was, and this was. Wouldn't look wrong on that.
A joke. Let me see. Well, this one, I don't know. I guess it's. I suppose I can't explain it. Maybe I'll have to think of some things. Maybe I can help you with it. I know something about jokes, but I need to think about it.
All right then.
I'll try to teach you one sometime.
Oh, I look pleased at that. Yes, but gold again. That's something I've always found quite strange. Like, it seems to make very poor quality weapons, and otherwise I don't really understand the use of it. Some of the nymphs seem to particularly like it, but a quick lesson about culture for you. Don't ever try to pay a Mihongi with gold. It'll probably kill you.
Oh.
That's extremely offensive.
I know you don't. I know you never you've never wanted to touch it, but
no.
That wasn't just you? That's
no. I'm far more tolerant. Yeah, I'm far more tolerant than most Mihongi.
Would they try to kill me for doing such a thing?
For doing what?
Giving them gold.
Yes. Yes, I was quite serious. It wasn't a joke. Maybe I should try my delivery better, being serious. Now, they'll definitely kill you and eat you if you try to give them gold. Negotiations would break down immediately. How can I say? Like if we were dealing and I just started urinating on you in the middle of our deal, you might become upset. Imagine.
I actually start laughing when you say that.
Now I look really lost. I'm like, no, that wasn't a joke.
Oh.
Look, lost and confused. Not offended, just very confused. And then I make a note to myself, oh, maybe that is a joke. I'll just go say it to other people now. I'm going to urinate on you now. What? That's just what he's thinking in his head. Very well, let's see then. You wouldn't want to do that. They'd think that you are taking them like a fool. Like, it's poison, you know. Aramod's blood is like a poison. And if I took something and started handing it to you for something else that's poisonous, you wouldn't be all happy with me, would you? And we don't use coins at all. Like, until I was to trade, I never even understood what a coin was. It took me, I say, about 6.5 cycles to figure out what they were. We don't even use them in our community, so...
so you barter. You barter.
Circles or triangles? What?
You like trade then? You barter goods for goods?
No, we share with each other. And if you have it, we'll just kill you and take it.
You share?
Yes.
Yes, I suppose that does make sense.
I thought I'd already explained that to you.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
If I have 2 swords, what do I need 2 swords for? Unless I could fight with 2 swords, I guess, but that's kind of weird. I'll just give you one. Here is a sword I have. I killed a bunch of humans and ate them, and here's the sword. Enjoy. This makes sense, right?
Yeah. Yes, it does. That's almost something that those people who worship San would be all for.
Worship who?
San? You've never heard of her?
Wait, is that the one about garbage?
Well, they're kind of almost a little bit like Dista. They give to the poor, to those who don't have enough.
Oh, there's lots of those in trade. That's the weird thing about a city. You got these really, really rich ones, right?
Yeah.
I have a friend. I think she has what you call a sense of humor, I guess. It's about the jokes. Am I using the words correctly together?
Yes.
Very good. Her name is Fatane. She's always talking about how she wants to go to the cities and find the rich people. She thinks the rich people are wonderful.
I see. Huh.
I guess I do talk to her about the rich people, and she thinks that they're like delicious, like extra delicious. You know, they're fat and lazy. They don't go out and hunt their own food. But you could just go there and get the rich people and eat them. But they have guards though, like halberds.
Yeah, like I used to do.
You had a halberd? The halberd's a nice weapon. It's really big.
I didn't use a halberd.
Oh, you were like a low guard. You weren't one of the pantheons of the halberd.
The weapon that I used was not called a halberd. It was called a volge.
I don't know what that is.
It kind of looks it's like an axe on top of a pole. It's like an axe attached to a pole.
Isn't that what a halberd is?
Not exactly. A halberd has a point on it. This one, I'm sorry. There are many types of weapons. You're not
like using me quickly. I'm like.
I was trained in the use of many weapons. I'm sorry. I may use terms that you might not know.
I don't know very much about weapons. I know the halberd because there was this human that was very rich, and he had like 6 men. They wore these like red and purple with a little bit of yellow in it. I think I'm using the colors right. That was another weird thing to me. We see just with black and white and gray when we're in darkness, and we're always in darkness. So colors were very, very strange when I first got used to them. Very, very weird. And I'm not good with them. We're generally not good. I know this is red. This is red, right? That's the right word.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And I know purple. And I know blue because that is the same star that we don't like. I think I know the rest of them, but sometimes I get confused with which one is which. So you'll perhaps forgive me, and perhaps you won't.
I kind of move I can teach you more colors, and I kind of stop swimming and move to the shallows and kind of show my hair, because my hair has several different colors in it.
I come up and just look in your hair, like, not in the way a human would. I'm just all kinds of, like, I'm standing there naked, all kinds of, I'm very comfortable touching you. It seem to, again, I seem to have absolutely nothing that would resemble human intimacy issues at all. Like, I'm like practically rubbing up on you, you know, I'm like.
Yeah, my face. I kind of look you, and like you're like right in my face, and my face kind of turns red a little bit, and I kind of back up a little bit.
Oh, you're showing me a color now, I say, pointing at your face.
Yes, maybe not quite so close, Yavashtika.
I look confused again.
I need room, please.
Oh, you need room to show me the colors? I look very confused.
Yes, stand there. You'll see the colors better. I kind of give up trying to explain that. This one. This one. I kind of.
Thinking you would be lying to me.
My hair has grown quite a bit longer than it shows in the picture since that time, so I'm able to see it. This one is orange.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. It's the one that's almost red.
Yes. Yes, this is the color. This is another color in the sunset. Well, this is orange.
Yeah, I've seen it. You
sometimes see it on flowers.
What? I just shake my head like you're definitely went to the wrong. I was like, oh god.
Well, I can't. I don't know what other things are orange. There aren't many things, I suppose.
Do I look like someone that make poisons or a frame? Terrible flowers.
No, certainly not. You don't look like one of them.
Those are for weaklings.
I suppose that's the only color that let's see, purple, red, orange, blue. That's about it, I suppose. But orange. Huh?
Yeah, blue is a weird one. It's like a lot of colors to this blue. And I never understood, like, the sky, they say that's blue. And I'm like, alright, the sky's blue. Alright, I got you. The water is blue. And I was like, alright, the water's blue. I got you. But they don't look the same to me. And then they like give me other colors that's like even deeper, like that star, the one we ain't gonna talk about. I'm like, it's a whole nother color. And they say that's blue, that's blue, that's blue. I'm like, well, that's not the same color.
Well, surely you've watched a sunset. You can have so many. As the night gets closer, the blue gets deeper in the sky.
That's what I understand. Yeah, it's like they don't got enough words.
I suppose not. Well, you know, in Tehulian, you know, these people lived underground. I suppose they didn't have many words for blue.
That's right. There are not very many words like that in Aegean either. It's not very many of them, I'll tell you.
Well,
You
I'm
have to
sure you have
almost make the
colors.
word up.
Yeah, black
You
and
know,
white, and I'm
well, you got
sure.
those, and you got there's I know 63 different words for grey, and black has 18, I think, maybe 19, and then there's 5 for white.
It's a
So
shame you don't know more ghoulish. There are so many colors of red and orange that I could tell you.
mm, I don't know, but yeah, Tehulian, they're not. I guess that's fair enough, but I've always had the trouble with it. And again, like we'd have to sort of pigeon it together from different languages. So there's no word for orange in Nigerian. There's a word for purple and there's a word for pink. Those are both colors I know well. Um, because pink is there's like our friend there. They call them dogatakas, and they're delicious. They're just wonderful tasting.
I don't
So
understand. What does that mean? What does Dagataka mean?
I don't speak French. I can't tell you. I don't ask him. I know the word though. It's very well passed around. It's like that's the one you get. That's like to us. To them it means something, and I'm not sure.
I, I know Dezazays, but that's not a word I know. I hear the word, but I don't know what it means.
But he's one of them. They
There's
got
some
different
sort
words.
of cultural thing associated with it. I don't understand it.
Well, if you've seen them, they got different colors of skin, and each one of them they taste different. They taste. Trust me, they taste different. Um.
Have you tried one of his kind?
Well, yes, definitely. I love Frayeen.
No, I mean the
Yes,
Dagataka.
yes, I'm saying yes.
Huh.
I've eaten many of them. But it's from being a young lad, you know, what is it they call it? Ulfastride. They call us Ulfar. It's a very weird word. I don't understand why, but it's what they call us. Some sort of insult, I guess, that the light eyes forced upon us. But they're very disliked, it seems. The Frayeen doesn't seem like much anyone likes them. Do you like Frayeen?
Fraying?
Frayeen.
I'm not sure I really have an opinion of them. Some of them are some of them are quite kind. Some of them were even part of the Temple of Dista. There weren't many in Baal, I'll tell you that. I don't remember seeing more than a handful in Baal, but in trade there were plenty, and they were they seemed much like humans to me in many ways. There were so many there were some who worshipped uh, unpleasant divinities, and there were some who were even part of our order. So I
What do
don't
you
know
call
if
unpleasant? What do you call unpleasant?
uh, the, I must say unpleasant one of the most unpleasant areas was, I believe it was called the Well of Bones in
Oh yeah,
trade.
yeah, I know about that. Of course, I know about that.
That that was most unpleasant.
I've been there before, actually.
That but there seemed to be even ones who went with Ahriman and with other.
Right?
Yes,
Was it Eramon? I've never heard of that.
well, not many, but
All I've ever known of is Loptif, to side with Eramon. She is supposed to
and,
be very odd.
yeah.
Hmm?
Yes, well, some of them can be, as I said, they are much like humans. They definitely seem to be inclined towards certain areas. They definitely seem towards that calming sort of influence. But sometimes it wasn't even in the nice way. They would be nice to your face, but in reality they were laughing at you behind
Afraid.
your backs. Yes.
Afraid are liars. They are liars. They are all liars. They are supposed to be the opposite of Mihan geese. They are very, very terrible. And they lie and they eat grass. You can't trust someone that eats grass.
as I said, I don't know if you have you known that many Freyine as I'm sure you haven't known many other than just eating them.
What else would you want to do with them? Talk to them?
Well, you could try.
Well, I guess. I mean, well, sometimes we do talk to them while we're chasing them. We tell them how we're going to eat them and things like that. Does that count? A lot of us learn Dazzle's A's just so we can talk to them, so we get them even more scared. Delicious. So, do you find it unsettling that myself or that an ogre would, if we didn't know you, would eat you?
Well, of course. I mean, kill maybe, but eat? That's just wrong.
Oh, but it's also so very right. Delicious. But in all honesty with you, you don't taste very good. Humans are pretty poor quality meat. All day long would rather eat a Bovenshi or a Freyine. I've always wondered what a nymph would taste like. Never ate a nymph before. I tell you what, though, you say that do you like steak of deer?
Yes.
Starting to feel better. Maybe tomorrow I'll go out and catch a deer for you. You've never actually seen me hunt before, have you? Maybe you'll come out. Well, you're very slow. Your character's quite slow, isn't he?
Who is?
Your character's very slow, isn't he?
I not particularly. I was 17. I do have. I'm athletic, so.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, that's the other character. There was a different character who was slow. This one, no. He's athletic. I mean, he's built pretty well.
Maybe I take you out and watch me run down a deer. It's might be something interesting to you.
You say that it tastes better raw?
Well, everything does. Yeah, you lose the flavor when you cook it. And yes, I've had some meat that's cooked before. It's disgusting.
I'd be willing to try it. Our kind can eat raw meat, but I don't know why, but it seems that for some reason, when our kind does not cook the meat, sometimes we can get sick with it. Maybe your kind has some sort of immunity to disease or something, but sometimes when we don't cook the meat, we can get sick from it. But I'd be willing to try it.
Why would we get sick? Does the wolf get sick when it eats meat? It doesn't cook.
I suppose, unless the creature it's eating was very, very sick, I suppose not.
Well,
I'd be willing to try it.
Well, we're creatures of darkness. We can tell when something has a demon riding on it. You don't ever eat something with a demon in it. That's just not smart.
Wait. You know when there's a demon in it?
Well, not me. Well, actually, soon enough I'll be able to tell you that, yeah. I can tell you when something's diseased. Soon, once I learn the proper magic. You know I'm a magi, yeah?
I've recently learned more about them, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm one of them. And I learned from Typhons. But the Typhons, they were very selfish and malfeasant in the way they would practice. Me, I want to be right there with the trolls. I don't want to abuse the gifts they've given us. It is a disgusting thing to be given something, particularly something sacred, and to treat it so poorly. That is what Freyines do, not me. I won't be a part of that. But
Typhons corrupt magic. They always seem so nice to me when I encountered them in trade.
The Freyine?
No, the Typhons. They're always so nice.
Oh yeah, the Typhons are real nice. Yeah. I even learned to speak their tongue, the Thuban. They taught me. It was a group of us. My mate got me into it, and that's where we were for many cycles. Odd children, bonded, transbonding. Well, you wouldn't understand transbonding, I don't think. You don't do anything like that, do you?
I don't know the term.
Is
it a magic thing?
No, it has something to do with the dream. How can I explain? Let me Alex, you have a bunch of wives. Is what I understand about your people. Like, it's very strange, but you have like 10 wives somewhere.
Me? I have none.
Oh,
I am young. I'm young for my kind. It's some of my age do have wives. I never got around to it. I've been
but
very
marriage means something to us, as I believe the word is. You use marriage. For us,
yes.
when we have a mate, it's just one mate, one man and one woman. We're not like you or Frey, and we find it very odd. The women are strong and the men are nothing for Frayne, and the men are strong and the women are nothing. But for us,
Well,
the
yes.
man and the woman are same. What do you say?
Same. Well, yeah, same.
Same. They are the same. A man is worth the same as a woman. For
But
Frayne, the man is worth nothing, and the woman is very powerful, worth a lot. For humans, the man is worth a lot, and the female is like a slave.
well, I mean, no, not one. They're not slaves. They're more like a servant. Servant. Do you know that word?
Um, doesn't that mean slave?
Uh,
You see, we
no,
don't
no,
mean
no,
slaves.
no. They're bonded to us. When they are bonded to us, they serve us. They're not slaves. I can't order them to do whatever I want them to. They're not, but they are.
They do it without needing an order, you're saying. They know what to do and they get it done, or else.
Uh, I well, that's the natural order. They do what we
Yeah.
say.
Right. I
That's as
understand. But that's not how it is for us. Like, the man is here and the woman is here. It's the same. It could be here and here. It's not here and here. It's the same. And we have something. I don't know if you understand the word. Do you understand the word love?
yes, of course.
I look at you very skeptically. Well,
Well,
anyway, we love our mate. We don't want another mate. It's just her and I, my wife. And I actually look really sad for a moment, and then I sort of like man up, and then that is who we have children with. And my voice quivers again. But well, besides that, we have romance and poetry, and we court each other, and we give each other gifts, and we establish the connection, and there are rituals that we perform for each other. And the height of it is the sexual union that we enter a trance. You're not going to be able to understand this because you're not a fairy, but when we have sex, we can see everything of the other one, all the pain, the first kill, the taste of blood from their lips, the adulation, the love, their response to the gifts we've given them, the feeling that they have while you're mating and making love, the response to the poetry that you've shared with them, the speaking of your soul. All these things we can see through their eyes. We can see through their soul. It's like we're one, and all the secrets, all the mysteries, all the love, the hate, the hopes, and dreams, it all floods down like a Leviathan, just casting you with water, or Fatosh opening the heavens and letting it rain. And that is like the highest of things. And then that is your mate, and you have one mate, and your people have strange customs to us. But do you understand what I'm saying? Does it make any sense? It's like 1,000 times more than what I'm telling you, but that is what it is for us.
I think so. I don't understand how that's possible, but I suppose it sounds almost like a dream of sorts.
Like a dream, but it's a dream that's so real. It's like super reality, and you know them perfectly, and
Yeah,
then it is that.
but I'm sorry. I don't understand why you would. Does that mean that I'm sorry to. I hope this doesn't open a wound, but does this mean that you will not be able to have another again? That you will not be able to marry?
I look again like hurt and sad for a moment, and I kind of man it up. No, I kind of again, but I am not ready. Not for a long.
Well,
Maybe never. It is very common to never take another mate. to
Well,
never have children. And I loved my boys so much. I really enjoyed being a father, but to have even that taken by the cruel, wicked enforcers. You see, this life is very difficult on me. I cannot be around my people, and me and Guy being alone is very hard on us because we all get together. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You wouldn't understand because your people are to themselves and for themselves, but my people we're for each other, and it's just that way. We're just for each other. Like, if I die, or if my packmate dies, it's the same. It's not that I am more important, and it's not that he's more important. We have to keep it going and keep going forward. That's what's important. That's how we prove everything of our perfection, and we keep our lineage running. And his children are as important as mine, and he feels the same way. So we don't argue. We don't have problems or to have to make someone. We all know what we need to do right away, and we do it, and then everything is taken care of. Like I said, I mean, if I had sword, you just give it. It's no big deal. It does not matter. So your customs of owning and cutting things into pieces, and what is the word? Selfishness. We don't understand that. There's no word in Nigerian that is selfishness. It's like lies. It does not exist. It is like
sounds nice.
it is like poverty or prostitution. We don't have words like these. They don't. I did not understand when we saw prostitutes. We were eating them for a while. We did not know what they were, and then I was told one of them had demons about her, and we stopped, and we eventually found out what they were doing, and it was very confusing. It's why anyone would take something so personal and important and exchange it for blood of Aramon. It makes no sense at all. But
Well, that is why Dista exists to begin with, because many people in our cities are, as you say, too poor to even get food for themselves, and they get so weak. And Dista is there to bring food to those who cannot get it themselves. Do you not do this for the elderly, those who cannot hunt? You do not bring them food?
it depends. It's a different tribe to tribe. Some tribes, the elderly, they will go off, and then we don't have to see them again. They will say, I cannot do it, I cannot help, I must go. Generally, we hunt for our young, and for a mate, if your mate is pregnant, is far along in pregnancy. Very far, like almost a child. And we hunt together often. Like 12 of us might attack, say, a large animal, and bring it down and eat it. Most of the words you wouldn't understand the word if I give it to a Nigerian, and I don't know if there is a word in Tahulian, probably not. But we hunt together, and then we eat together. But taking food from others, I never found that other than my parents, since I was in trade. Then, yes.
I guess I can't explain why we humans are that way, but there are humans of all sorts. As I said, growing up in the Temple of Dista, I've always learned that if I have food, I should give it to those who don't, to help them survive. That's always been something that's ingrained in my mind. But there are many humans that feel very differently about that.
We tried to help as well. We saw the hungry, so we would eat them to make it easier on them.
That's horrible. Why would you eat them? They need help, not to be eaten.
Starving. Yes, there were too many of them. You don't understand. We're helping all of you. When the deer become too plentiful, they eat everything and they start to starve. But that's what the wolf is for.
No. Well, the deer can't grow crops. Us humans can grow crops.
But yet you starve.
Food, we grow more crops.
But you starve. And we eat you, and we help you, and we are given no thanks.
Sorry, that's something I can't understand. I just shake my head.
I look at you like exchanging cultural, sociological ideas. Well, Vasakov is very interested. He is extremely confused by what you're telling him and missing points left and right, and in no way is any of his mindset malicious to twist your words. He's just utterly confused by what you're talking about.
And that's the advantage of being a human, is a human can imagine other points of view more easily, as we have a better diversity of thought than some other species.
Oh, is that what you call it?
Yeah. Well, I've seen, as I said, all humans can be of all different types. You've only seen a small fraction of my kind. There are kinds who are ones who worship Ahriman. There are ones who worship She. There are ones who worship every divinity that you could think of that would be even possible to worship. And even ones that even aren't divinities. They're all humans are.
I know about this. This I know about. You see? All right, look. You've stepped into what I know probably the most about, actually. As a magi, I am attuned to the spirit world. I can see all sorts of things around you right now that you don't even know are there.
What? Like what?
All sorts of things. Well, there's lots of angels around you right now.
What? Get them away from what?
Why? I don't want to do that. That wouldn't be proper. They're not trying to harm you.
They're trying to take me down to hell again?
No. There are three types of angels. There's ascendant, descendant, and fallen. Fallen are like the ones that Saren would have as conduits for her worship. They're followers of El Psalm. Descendant would be those that side with He Who Has Many Names, and I think Allah's. I think both of them, but I'm not quite be sure about the other part.
Yeah.
And there's ascendant, the ones that are still true to the original purpose of Ahura Mazda, providing light to the world, and so forth. The Celestines. This is what your divisions are, but they're all about you. They're very, very, very small. They're of no consequence.
So they are like the spirits that are in like a campfire, then.
Indeed, yes, that would be. But there's a lot more of them around here. A lot more than would be in a campfire. If I was to bind all of them up, it would become very dark. But it would need a tremendous amount of summoners to bind all of them up. It might confuse you, but everything is a spirit.
Yes.
We're sort of spirits, but not quite. But the ground is a spirit. The light is a spirit. The darkness is a spirit.
I'm familiar with that.
Spirit. What'd you say?
I am familiar with that, of course. All fire is a spirit as well.
This is true. Yes, fire is a spirit. So when I learn about flame, I could literally take the flame on your torch and put it in something like a rock, and then you'd have no more flame.
But that would trap the spirit. How would you do that to Morgul?
Well, I didn't say that I would do it. I'm just really trying to explain to you how it works. You understand?
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Okay. I didn't say I would. I didn't say I wouldn't, but I didn't say I would.
Sort of like look at you skeptically, like, well, I don't know. You seem to hate fire.
It all depends on what would be proper in the eyes of the 44. That's what matters. If I believe in myself that Nithraxu would understand, that the trolls would understand, then I might do it if it made sense. But if I thought it was against them, then I wouldn't. Summoning is the newest of the esoteric paths. It's there to provide a weapon against the gods.
You were saying earlier it was used against the enforcers to trap the spirits of the enforcers' servants to fight against them. Am I right about that?
Of course. So and I would do so as well.
I wouldn't blame you. Noble task.
Some of them spirits is a fire. You might want to look at the parentage of Helena.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Most unfortunate, but of course there are other ones that are most for. There's always the dark child in some marriages. It is the same. However, look at how she turned out. The flame of the darkness.
The cat.
One. Huh?
The cats.
Yeah, she is a
I don't
noble.
think cats taste very good, so I don't know how much credit I can give her.
She fights against the darkness herself, which
But
is most.
you like cats, yes?
I love cats.
Oh,
Cats are, of course, cats are. They represent what Morgul is. She
oh,
represents so much of what's so important to Morgul, that fight against darkness.
that's
She
great.
is that flame that sits in the darkness,
No,
that
no.
fights against
I
it.
meant I meant you like to eat cats.
Oh, no, no. Why would I
I
eat
don't
cat?
think they're very good either.
No.
I've eaten some before. We
I
were uh,
mean,
we were I guess you would say poor. We were very poor in trade. It was
yeah,
hard to feed us all, and we would catch things like and cats are around everywhere, so we'd catch them and eat them. But they don't like the way they taste.
but cats are so important. They eat the rats and all the other disgusting things that try to corrupt and spread disease.
I don't much like rats either. You're right. There, a lot of them are really full of disease. Um,
Ah, horrible
there,
creatures.
there are this Rana who was slain in the most horrible fashions by Azadehaga. And some of us
Yeah.
do. We have a tribe that follows Azadehaga, but
Oh.
I've never liked Azadehaga. I think warlocks alone, I find like it's a weird thing, right? You know about warlocks, yes?
Um, they kidnap children in the night, and they worship, and they cut their throats open under the moons. Is that what you're referring to?
Oh
Like,
no, I don't know if I've ever seen a warlock doing any of that, but they do follow. They're the priesthood of Eramon, and they're very very old in the way they do things. They say they're the oldest. They say Eramon is beyond measure of time. But the more powerful they get, they start. They damage everything around them. Just being around them, I've seen several, and you just stay away. Like I don't like them at all. They damage even the trees they pass by. They are they're blight, and it's very strange because we keep Eramon sacred, but at the same time, there are issues that we find disquieting about the way he is. Other than the tribes that will dedicate to him, most of us simply follow Ajira. We follow
oh,
and live in the terror and the fear and the nightmares in the forest, always the forest.
I guess I was mistaken. I thought that Ajira and Ahriman were uh, that they fought side by side. That they had the same goals. I guess. Am I
They
mistaken?
do. They fight side by side. Ajira is like chief lieutenant of the army of Shadow, but at the same time, he has his own agendas. It's just how close do they match? It's hard to say. There's a lot of theologians of our kind that debate such in poetry. I don't think you'd understand if I tried to explain it to you, but we have um, hmm, they put forth ideas. One will create his epic poetry, and the other will oppose it with his poetry, but in a philosophy sense, in a sense of religion,
I
and
see.
they bandy about and learn, huh?
I see. That makes sense. We had a different way of learning it and debating theology, but I suppose that makes sense in a way.
Yes, I.
Your people seem to very much value poetry
Oh
that
yes,
you gave.
yes. I wrote a poem for the Ogress. Seemed to please her for the kindness she performed to prevent me from dying, which is appreciated. Rightly
Of
so.
course, of course.
Hmm. Yes, we are. So all you'd known of us before you had met me was that we ate children and attack humans. That's the whole sum of what you know of us, eh?
And you stalk us in our nightmares, in our dreams. I've
Well,
heard that as well.
that's true. That'd be like a priest of like a Jira though. Oh, they can do
Well,
that. They,
oh,
they can come and get you. Very scary.
well, yes. I've always, us humans, with good reason, we fear the night, the darkness. It is what brings your kind, I suppose.
And you should. And you should.
Which is why we so value the flame, to keep away the darkness, to keep away the wolves. For it seems that wolves, they do fear that fire.
Another reason to dislike flames. We don't want to scare wolves off, do we? I need to get a
Maybe
wolf.
you don't. They might not eat you.
No, they're not going to eat me. They'll probably eat you. Those to the hunger.
Exactly. I will keep a flame nearby when a wolf comes.
Oh, wolves don't really like the taste of you either, though. It's a deer. Those deer is very good to wolves. It's like a natural thing for them to eat. I need to find a wolf though. I need something to ride. I don't like the looks of these optolings and such that you have.
Ride wolves?
Of course you ride wolves.
I sort of look at you like you've completely gone crazy.
It's very strange the way you ride.
Tell me you can talk to wolves.
No, I can't talk to them like I can have a conversation with you. It's not like that. It's
What?
I said it's not like that. It's not like I can have a conversation. I mean, they don't speak language, but it's like they understand. You know, you can learn how to get them to come, and then you can ride them.
Train wolves?
Of course, they're very easy to train. The other people train lizards and even spiders I've seen. Well, that seems strange, but the wolf is. His companion. A wolf is a companion. Is like a loved family member.
Wolves. I didn't think they were tameable.
Oh yeah, definitely, but not in the same way you would look at tameable. They're, how can I put it? Like a wolf. It's like family. Like not like how you enslave the beast. They work aside us because we don't enslave anything. We live with it and we work with it. It's together, not together.
But it could attack you.
No.
Why wouldn't you?
No. I've never heard of a wolf ever attacking the Mihongi.
You say enslave animals? We don't enslave them. We use them.
All right, yeah, you take them, you slaughter them, you eat them, you make them fat, you give them a little fenced off place. Like I've seen the cows. Sometimes we'd get in a lot of trouble in trade because at first we would just get into pens at night and we would get the cows and we would eat them. And that would be trouble sometimes. How are we to know that somebody owned them? Whatever. It was a very strange thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're animals. I mean, of course. They're not smart enough. They're not like...
Then why haven't they eaten them? It was strange, right? Just like when I started finding people, when I talked about trading the goat. It's very strange. Because my instinct is to eat it, but I was not hungry. But I found it, and I had more food than I could do with, and that's a strange position to be in, and it was still alive. I mean, we just ate the human, and we kept the goat, and we traded the goat for seeds. A whole bunch of them. It's very odd. Like the whole idea of, what do you say? And I use one of the maybe 112 words in Tehulian for hoarding. It doesn't make any sense. We don't do that. It's just we might own 3 or 4 things, just a little bit of clothing, and maybe a dagger and a bow or a knife for gutting, sort of thing. Not very much.
Well, a lot of humans hold by the doctrine of keeping many things to yourselves, including food, so that but I don't prescribe to this notion. I think that if someone is hungry, you give them food.
The rich, like I said, my friend Fatane always talking about that. I always wanted to eat those rich people.
Yes, well, I don't understand. Like they're like family and family. It's not smart enough to be family. It's not like you.
Well,
I mean, that'd be like saying that. I mean, that would be like saying Pelgan made ants, so ants are family. That's ridiculous.
Is that not
Ants
true?
are not.
The ants are not your
No,
family. The wolf is
absolutely
the wolf is grandfather. We are made from the wolf. Of course, the wolf is family. It
not.
recognizes us, same to same. Of course, it is family. Of course, we're family to it. We're like his children, almost. It's like an uncle, maybe. I think it's a word you'd use. Yes, it's like Uncle Wolf. How would you do anything bad to your uncle? Particularly if you're smarter than him. You'd treat him with respect, and his family, and he would eat and you would eat, and we would together eat from the same body at the same time.
Some of the Pelganites they might believe that the ant is sacred,
Mm.
but you're not a follower of Ajira, so why do you hold the wolf sacred? It's
I have
only.
been with wolves all my life until I come to trade. All my life I have ridden them. Mm. We have wolves that get up to, what is it, maybe 16 feet long. They're very, very large.
I look visibly scared at that
Yeah,
notion.
yeah, you should be. They're very, very terrifying. Go in the dark wood and see what they look like. Or go up into the interforest in Niflheim, in the frozen plains. Some of those Niffish, uh, Mihan Gi, have told me about things. And don't think that wolves can't enter your dreams either. Well, that's certainly creatures woven in nightmare. But I have fond memories. I would love to be around the wolves again. It would help my. I feel nervous, I think the word is, a lot now, since I haven't been around others of my kind. It is. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. All of your customs are strange, and I am doing my best to try to understand and to not offend, although I seem constantly to do so, merely by my presence. It is very difficult, and at the end, you're not my people. Though I appreciate you, Bryce Hykro and Talagor, and maybe just ever so slightly CERN, and even the walking food, I, I do want to eat him.
We're going to First Port next, I believe. Are there Mihangi in First Port?
How would I know? I don't
I
know.
don't
I've
know.
never been there before.
You said like your people are so connected. Wouldn't you like you have like you all think the same? So wouldn't you know if they're going to First Port?
We don't have the same mind. We just, I don't understand. I can't really explain it to you because I don't. The way you look at the world is so confusing to me that it's too confusing for me to understand. So therefore, I can't really explain what the difference in how we see things are. But we're for one. We're together. But they are perhaps not my people anymore. That is a bit crushing. I don't know how they'd respond to the locks kissed by the falling sun.
Oh. So you're like ants. I get it. You're like ants. That makes sense.
Like ants.
Yeah. Yeah, they all work together and they have these.
Not like
The,
ants at all. You're like ants. You're the ones that are building cities and such.
huh? Well, no, you all think the same though, right? That's what you're telling me. You're like ants. Ants all think the same. They
Like
all serve. They all serve like this queen. I've been
no,
told.
it's not like that. No,
No. No.
no. I don't. I never even. We don't have ants where I live, so I never even know they existed until we have termites, but
Oh,
they're.
yeah.
I thought that's what an ant was when I first saw them. Not
Uh,
like termites.
similar. Well, I've been to the mound, the ant mound that's behind that temple in Baal.
Mm.
It's quite impressive.
I would not go there. I've seen some disturbing things near the Church of Helgen in trade. They definitely don't. They seem not to like anything that's not human.
Well, that's true enough.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong. I suppose it's all wool and fire, but still, it's not really where I'd like to be caught
Uh,
up in the middle of the day.
and I would have no desire to be in the dark forest along with your 17-foot wolves. That does not sound like a good time to me.
No, I don't think you'd like it there.
No,
I have a strong suspicion.
no.
But
I would bring fire, unfortunately, and I
oh,
would.
no, you should bring Freyin with you. That's what'll keep you safe. No one will even be thinking of eating you if you bring a bunch of Freyin with you.
That was a joke.
No, it's being serious. Very serious.
Freyin, you would
Freyin.
try to eat them.
That's right. They would eat the Freyin and leave you alone. No one wants to eat you if there's Freyin meat around. Like I said, humans don't taste very good. Not comparatively to like a Freyin or something of that nature. You're not even as good as Ogre. An Ogre's not really good meat. You're better than, say, a Goblin. That's about it. I've never eaten one of those cat people of Shy. I don't know their names. I've seen some of them around. I think what they are.
Some of the different Shian species you're talking about, right?
You've already well gone past what I know.
Huh. Well, I've heard stories. They live to the south, in the jungles.
I've never been to Katik. I don't know about it.
Nearby, I've only heard stories. Of course.
I heard there's big man-like lizards down there that can think. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard conflicting stories, but
Sarushes. You're referring to the Sarushes.
Sarushes? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, they really. Oh, you want to talk about a species that loves to eat people? You would find a lot in common with them. They definitely ate a lot of our people, and everything else too.
Yeah. Well, if they'd want to eat me, I wouldn't well be interested in them. I tell you that. But I don't know. I don't know anything about them. I never saw one in trade. Just type.
I've only heard about them. They killed some of the clans. Actually, got completely destroyed by them. I heard.
You know what else is good? Is Chthon. You know what a Chthon is?
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Remember those ones in the trend that came after us in the night?
Yes, they're very tasty.
Fucking skull in.
I got a bite of them. It was good then as it was in trade.
Do they all act like that?
I don't. How would I know?
I
don't know what they act like.
Well, I guess there were quite a few in trade, but
there were. But I mean, it's not like I go up and talk to them. We keep to ourselves. You know, it's like I said, we have a small Neon Geek community there. What we're trying to do is to get a forest, so we can live there. But now we have to live like humans. It's very sad. I was quite glad to be out of there, to be truthful, particularly with the stained memory of my family.
Yeah.
But it was just with them, and then with Typhon that I spent my time. Otherwise, no, didn't have any interest. I saw a lot of different species though come and go through, but mostly the night. You know, we're mostly nocturnal, which puts us in a different place.
Let's see.
But to your original question, you was talking about them dark deities. Which do you want to know about?
Well, there's many that I've never even studied really before, but I suppose a good one to start with would be. I don't know. As I said, I don't know much about Ahriman, and your people know a lot about him. Something about perfection.
Sure. Well, Ahriman isn't a he though. I don't know. You seem to be using that word a lot. It's like man and woman is the same. It's the same thing as man and woman. But yeah, Ahriman is the Shadow King. Is the old one, to say older than light, older than time. It's very, 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 very old. And some of those warlocks of Mihon-Gi descent, they hear whispers in the calm wind that rustles and disrupts the pine needles of our great home, and they come together in conclave, and they speak and say of the things that Eramont has told them under the light of the moon, and some even make pilgrimages to high mountains into the light itself, so they may be there when the grace of darkness falls, so they may stand high as close to heaven as they can get to look up at those hoary orbs as they shine down the silvery white pale light, and they hear and they see the swirling, and direct contact is made. The Warlock is a terrifying thing. They're not like your clergy of light or fire. What they are is truly dedicated to unweaving your world in every possible way. In fact, as they even move through the world, it starts, when they get very powerful, and I've seen powerful ones, and they are terrifying. Imagine, if you will, that the world itself, just, if it was like a tapestry. I think you know those, your Freyan friends always making rugs and...
Helena very much enjoyed tapestries. I'm aware of them.
Well, yes, they are. They are odd. But imagine everything it was a tapestry. And then imagine your dirt and your air and your light and everything is that tapestry. And imagine if I could just come and just unwind it, and then you could see what was behind that tapestry. That's what warlocks do, just by existing. When they get strong enough, they unmake by their very nature. They are like a festering sin. I've always found them horrific and disquieting.
But what I've never understood is why do they seek to destroy the world? What do they gain from destroying the world? Don't they destroy themselves?
No. You must understand completely then. What you must understand is the world is sin. The world is weak and corrupt and imperfect. And so it must be destroyed. So from that same void may come a new world. And then a new one, and a new one, until finally perfection is found and attained and achieved. And me, our species' position, as if we prove to Ahriman, by proof at every step in action, that we are perfect, that we deserve life, more so, then Ahriman will take us into its bosom and preserve us into the world to come, perhaps to the world after that, and we might live and live and live and live and live, where you will all be gone. For those of us that are there will have forgotten words such as human or Freyan, words such as Dazazeya. It will everything that you know, everything that you are will be gone, and there will be not a thought or memory left of you, for you are imperfect. But we will continue, and we will live on and on and on. And this is why the reason to serve Ahriman, because Ahriman is strength, and Ahriman wishes to return to the quiet silence of the night and perfection, and finally have that which to come from the void to please the Shadow King. And that is why the Shadow King wishes to destroy it. Imagine this. Because you like to make weapons.
Yes.
If you made a hunting sword, and the hunting sword itself was very poorly made, and you were a great smith, a master smith, who had to look at one blade and to see it as what you owned, as what you had done, the reflection of your life. And following Nagas, I understand reflections very well now. But imagine if you had made, instead of that masterpiece to show your children, you'd made a shameful thing for yourself. And it is that same shameful, imperfect work that is this world in Ahriman's eyes. And Ahriman knows all, for it watches.
Do you believe that even you will be brought to this new world?
Oh, nay. Nay, I am definitely a sinner.
I mean, how do they know that these are not just lies? These sound like lies to me.
I am merely telling you the religion.
I see. This is very interesting to me. Just that they would even believe in something like perfection at all.
Oh, very much so. That's the core tenet.
Everything. The fact that I've never seen perfection, why would I believe in something I've never seen?
Of course you haven't. You're human. You couldn't possibly be perfect. But even there are probably some humans. You say you have humans that follow Airmon. I'll tell you why they're following him right now.
They must
They see that same perfect ideal. They think that they are one of them. But there you have it. Airmon is absolute power. There is no power beyond the power to annihilate all that is and to create something vastly better and to preserve you through both worlds. That is power.
There is power in having control over someone's life. That seems to be certain. Power over death does. There is a definite power surge that seems to go through you when you kill someone.
Oh, killing someone is wonderful. I really enjoy it. But only if I can eat them. I don't just want to kill. To kill.
Well,
I would not kill if I am not hungry.
I see.
This is just wasteful. There's no point to that. I mean, unless I had to, like to protect you or perhaps Stalagar. Or, of course, myself. Whatever.
Well, I feel like I've been neglectful. I've been asking all the questions. Don't you have any? Aren't there any divinities you want to know about? I know much about the children and children of Morgul, as well as Morgul himself.
I can't say I much want to learn about Dista.
Well, I don't blame you. Dista is definitely one who would be very much. Although the community, the ideas of community, very much agree with you. Maybe instead you'd like to know about.
Community is nice.
Yeah, I figured you would like her. You might even like Rashara. You've heard of Rashara?
I heard of who?
Rashara.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't know much about her though. But why don't you tell me? I've heard the name. I know the day. I know it's about a rebellion or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Rashara is very much. Although I would not, Morgul is certainly no. He doesn't belong obviously to any particular court like Freedom, but Morgul very much, in my opinion, from what I've understood of him, he is very much he is free. Fire is not something that should be, in my opinion, tamed, as one might say. It's something that needs to be let free. And Rashara definitely follows these tenets. She's a deity. She's a divinity of freedom. She's all about. You remember, the rich that we were talking about. Many people are very dissatisfied.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, well, there's a very complex in human society. There's a very complex social order that often arises in the cities, and Rashara seeks to bring this down, to bring everyone into an equal sort of bearing, to make everyone equal amongst each other. And that she also believes that to do this, to bring about this equality in people, we need to educate everyone. Everyone needs to learn things like, for example, about literature and about poetry and philosophy and religion. These are important tenets to Rashara.
I think all that's quite fine. I don't see anything.
As I say, I respect definitely from my encounters working with the very richest of my peoples. I have very little respect left for them, and I definitely sympathize with their cause. They very much are against acting that selfishness that you speak of. That is very much against their tenets.
I think that's a Freyan god, though.
Freyan?
Isn't that right?
Not necessarily. She doesn't necessarily come from any particular, like, she's not worshipped necessarily by any species exclusively. For example, the Hibbins I spoke of, she seems to be almost, many of them have, she's kind of almost taken them under her protection, but also A lot of others, the Frains also do, but it's usually the young. It's people like the younger members who want to bring about change. Because I don't know if this is the same in your species, but particularly amongst humans and Frains, the young tend to be the ones who want change the most. We want to change the social structure that's been built around us. And she is very much for that.
No, it's not how that people are at all. There's no one for change of anything.
Yeah, as I said, this is why it just seems like your people are all of one mind. It's so different for the Frains and for us humans. We have very many different thoughts amongst our people, and there are many who seek to have power over others.
It seems very dangerous to live amongst your people. They don't. How do you know who your friends and enemies are?
Well, often the people we rely on in art for humans, family is a very important thing. That's why I hate the Enforcers so much. They destroyed our community. They destroyed my people, my clan, and my family. Family is such an important thing. I don't know about other humans, but for me, family is the thing that holds our society together. It's who we are. The family is the one who brings about the knowledge. The family is the one who teaches the children. So family is the most important. So that's Rashara. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Rashara and her followers. And especially because she absolutely, the one she is against the most is he who has many names.
Well, that's a good thing to be then. All right then, fair enough. I don't care for her pro-Freyan agenda, but yeah, he who has many names. Yeah, dash him. Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
dash him to annihilation.
I know slavery is abhorrent to your people, and
we don't have a word for it. We have no word for slavery. It was very hard to understand. And then you have poverty and prostitution and slavery, and all of it was very, very confusing in trade. There's lots of it in trade, but it's like subtly done. And then the way of your marriages, like I don't understand. It's like a prostitute slave, like a pleasure slave. So it's very confusing. All of that is very confusing to me. So it's all of our people, and I had no one to ask. I'd ask my elders, and they would say they basically did not understand either. They would try to explain, but as hard as if I was to try to explain it to you now, you would probably think a joke. That would be such a poor explanation of even what slavery is. I understand, but I don't at the same time. It's very, very odd.
The more you speak of your people, the more it sounds like a utopia. Like a perfect society where people are just... I don't know, it doesn't even seem possible that your people don't... It's surreal to me that you say these things. It just doesn't make sense. Why how you can all be of one mind to not I mean, don't you have leaders, people who try to gain power over others?
No, you don't. That's not how it works. You don't try to gain power. How to explain it? Like, it's known. Like, the best hunter is known, and the best huntress is known. You have your huntsman, and you have your hunts lady, and we have our own dukes and duchesses and such who have well proved themselves, and they may take a Nixad as a wife, and then that can be a problem. Nixads, they do not think the same way we do. They want like things, which is very strange. Not like humans or even or especially Farum want things. Just a little bit, but it can cause problems in a tribe. Nixads, I've seen that, but I haven't seen too many Nixads. So I can't speak much on them.
So you have so I definitely use the Farum word for king in a very specific way. I say, so you like have a king, you have royalty then, like dukes and duchesses and royalty that they inherit it
Hmm.
from their parents.
Not usually, sometimes, but it's more like you like earn yourself. Like, yeah, like that guy. Like, I don't know, maybe you don't have him, but somebody you look at and go, wow, I really admire her. She's amazing. And
Like
it's
a
that
hero. Hero? Is that
way.
the word?
That's
Hero.
that's I understand your meaning. Yeah, yeah.
Like maybe like an avatar?
Not an avatar.
Not
An
that powerful.
avatar is
More
very
like a
powerful. No, you don't want to meet a Gear's avatar. I tell you that. I don't even know really if it's real, but they say his name is the Planter.
planter.
The
Interesting.
Planter. That's his name, the Planter.
That doesn't sound very scary to me. I'm not. He plants like trees,
He plants trees.
so he's like a farmer. That doesn't sound scary at all.
He planted the dark forest, all of it, and he grew it together so it was dark, and he put the things there that were there. If you don't think the dark forest is scary, perhaps you walk through it then.
I'll pass. Thank you though.
That's what he planted. That's his vision for the world.
Uh, sounds insane.
I thought you just said it was utopia.
Well, I'm not sure what I think about your people. On one hand, you're raising 17-foot wolves and living in trees, and on the other hand, you're uh, you have no rich people and no poor people, and you provide for each other. I don't know how to feel about your people. You're both horrifying and enlightened at the same time. I don't know how to explain.
I miss them. I miss all of it. Sometimes I wonder for the steps I've taken, but it's too long. You see, I had much pride inside myself when I was young that I would be incredibly powerful with with magic, and that I would be able to do as I thought and as I wished. And uh, my wife, she was very much. This was the how she came from even from a child, and she showed me wondrous things I'd never seen before. The visions that I saw, the trance bond, amazing. And I wanted that for me too. I wanted to experience it, to see that, to share it with her, to see the dancing myriad cosmos of spirits, and to learn each of their languages, to speak with them, to commune with them, to experience that wonder. Oh, all of that sounded great to me. The problem is that reality, with the Typhons, with the cult, with some of the things they did. I've seen people taken and spirits put in them to ride them well against their will, and almost issues of slavery, I suppose, would come from it, with the flesh being enslaved and the spirit as well, and spirits being thrown into items against their will with improper aspect. And well enough, I went along with it, and it's quite shameful. At least a few times. This was not all that long that we were together with them when I was in a position. I had just begun to learn the art when the followers of the Enforcers of Helena, and he had many names, and all that had come. And then that's when I fled. I believe some of the Typhon got away. I don't know. It's always hard to say. But as far as I know, they've slaughtered my family, and I had to flee. Versus Force is too powerful, and it is there with the spirits of the dreams that led me to Oyadun, and I accepted them, perhaps largely to kill my loneliness, and uh, because the same war he fought was the same war I wanted to be strong enough to fight. And now I know I must harness that strength to fight for Nagus, who is behind Amira, for Aedun, who is on top of a mountain. But you and I have been to hell, have fought in glittering gold, with blood and pain when we couldn't get up. You carried me when my body was broken and left to die. And I will carry you, and I will not let you die, for I respect you unbelievably, I cannot process the respect I have for you and for Thalagar, and even perhaps slightly for CERN. But that is the struggle I had to make, and to make decisions. So I am what you would call ultimate rebel for my people, for I have gone against them. I have forsook Ajira for Laku, for the battle that Eadun spoke of, which is the same battle that we still fight, the same battle which I still must have. And that is how I fell apart from my people, for battle for my wife, for battle for my sons, for following the paths of Magi, which are paths of orcs, which are paths not of my people. But still I do, and now even more so with truth and vigorous attempt at understanding, grasping at understanding. That is where I play into this. And I wish to deliver a death blow. I wish to learn magic so strong that we may bind them each into brick and to build a temple to the 44 with their bound souls. That is the dream I have now that I sleep like a human. Of course it's folly and fancy, but still, it helps push the images of the words my sons spoke as they burned to death and I smelled their carcasses. It helps push those words from my mind that claw at me and twitch to bring the Oni to my dreams. The Oni that follow Ajira. But yes, tell me more of this, Rasura.
I look at you. I kind of like am looking you over and just kind of thinking, processing all you've been saying, and you see me put my hand on, I put my hand on your shoulder kind of gently and say,
I look as if I don't even really notice it.
Yeah, and it definitely is a big gesture for me. And almost my eyes get kind of watery, and I say, for the first time in so long, I feel like, thank you for your words. Thank you for what you said and your thanks to me. It's been a long time. It feels like I've regained a part of my family. Like you are now, you and Thalagar and CERN to some extent are now part of my family almost. It's been so long since I've had this feeling. Thank you, Yuvashtika. Thank you for that.
I look down at you and nod my head. I am glad that you have such feelings. It is good that I feel myself gaining a bond to the lot of you. It's very helpful. It helps to pull away the loneliness from my soul.
Yes. But, yes, back to Rashara, I suppose. She's,
I don't look like the intimate moment we've just shared. It doesn't look to have phased me at all. It looks perhaps to have uplifted my spirits a little bit. And from dealing with him and seeing me, you definitely may well notice that I'm extraordinarily depressed. Like, and you seem to perhaps have lifted my spirits a bit.
Uh-huh. I kind of look away from you a little bit. My face is kind of takes on a more reddish color again, weirdly enough. Not really sure how you would interpret that. Yes, Rashara.
Rashara?
Well, she is against everyone we have.
Everyone?
Well, no, she is against everyone, all of the enforcers, as we are as well. Particularly, she's also against deities like Pelgan, for she is for equality for men and women. Not sure how I feel about that.
Well, that is good. Men and women should be equal. That's always been our way.
I've heard a lot about it. It seems a bit of a. I've known some women human women who are very intelligent and smart, and ones who are even members of the Temple of Dista who are high-ranking, but I still think it is strange. I think men and women are not. It's hard to explain. They don't seem equal to me, but
Because you like slaves is why.
slaves. I don't like slaves. It's just men and women. We weren't created equal. You don't understand. You're not. Your
That
deity
sounds
is
like
not
nonsense.
divinity. Helgen created us.
You know, I've heard say the same thing. Is Vigish and is Freyin. I've heard say the same thing.
I mean, as I said, I mean, women can be very smart and intelligent and hardworking, but I mean, Helgen created humans to be unequal. I mean, I don't know about your women, but you know, men. There's men and there's women, and men are naturally stronger and more gifted, and women are not. It's just the way we were created. Humans, at least.
I look very skeptical at what you're saying. Well, I hope that you won't be so confused with that idea if you're ever to meet some Mihongi women in the wilds. They will run you down and rip you to pieces and eat you while they whisper sweet things in your ear.
I do not doubt that. It's just
Oh, you better not.
it's a strange thing. I've been told. I don't know. I suppose I haven't been with many women in my time. I suppose.
You've been with women, and you're not married?
Well, like now I look like my face is really red.
What do you mean, prostitutes?
One, yes.
Oh.
But that was all. I mean, I've never been with another woman. That was it.
Well, just one prostitute.
Yes.
I have been with as many women as you have, except my relationship was very different. And you paid her with a goat, maybe?
Well, copper and silver.
Copper and silver. The first one I ate had a goat with her. Someone had given it to her. We ate that guy too.
I don't know.
Now
I look really uncomfortable right now. Definitely look.
I gotta cock my head at you. You'll notice I do that a lot.
Yeah.
And what you carry, of course, doesn't notice. I'm like, like noticing, having so many fortes in perception. I notice all kinds of shit that a human wouldn't. I'm like, wondering why you're acting odd now, not picking up on the emotional cues but not understanding them.
Yeah. I definitely seem to keep looking away from you in particular. But
Something here on my computer screen is driving me nuts.
Yeah, it's definitely embarrassment you're detecting with
my knees.
maybe a little bit of guilt too, perhaps.
Embarrassment and guilt. Okay. So I study you and I sort of cut my head to the side. I sniff the air slightly, which things that you'd be very used to me doing. My behavior would probably register largely as animalistic towards you, just in general. So that wouldn't be anything new. But I look at you. All right. So you've told me a little about this Gorus rebellion. But what about the other? It seems she's a Freyan, and I heard about one way down in Kachuk in the south. There's also Freyan. It's a Phoenix. But
Phoenix.
I don't know anything about that.
I know about Phoenix. Phoenix is well, she's most foremost of all. She is a divinity of rebirth. she is, when I speak of that cleansing fire, that is what she is. Phoenix is a divinity of that rebirth. But also she is the desert. She is the smoke that comes off of the fire. That is Phoenix. I know a lot of there are a lot of Freyines who worship her. They have a community that lives out in the desert of Ash, which is almost like
I don't know where that is. What's it?
It's to the south. Do you remember when we were in the trench?
All I ever remember is being in carts, and then on from Minerga, and then of course we went down. So I mean, yeah, I've been in Katik, but I haven't really been there. You know.
We were in the desert of Ash.
Oh.
That desert. Remember that dry land?
Oh, I remember.
That was it.
I didn't know
we
that.
We were on the edge, though. We were on the very edge.
No, is Phoenix is Phoenix friendly to He Who Has Many Names?
To He Who Has Many Names? I'm not sure if they exactly have a relationship with one another.
Mm.
She seems to have mixed feelings. She has some respect for them, and them keeping order. However, she doesn't appreciate the way they've been doing things. So, like the whole enslaving people and the souls and the hunting down of magi, I don't think she necessarily agrees with that. She actually is not really doesn't really get along that well with Dazazay very well, which is kind of interesting considering that they both have a large following of Freyine. I think that's probably why they don't get along very well. I think Dazazay feels like her followers have been stolen almost.
Yeah, she's envious then, you're sort of saying.
Perhaps, yeah. That does seem to be the way of it.
I nod my head.
It's not really, I'd say probably out of all of them, I know probably the least about that particular child of Morgul. I don't really subscribe to a lot of what they say. They tend to be very. They focus around a lot of order. They tend more towards order than I would like personally.
I agree. I am definitely more towards freedom. I find that a far better thing if I'm to speak plainly.
Mm-hmm.
Those gods and that angel that are of the Court of Order, I find all of them quite loathsome. The Queen, the whole lot of them. Now,
he's the worst.
Well, when you deal with freedom, though, I've never been a fan of Elsom, as we typically are not.
Yeah, well,
he does pose certain problems for the Freyine, which we like. But again, we don't want the Freyine, at least I don't, to be extinct. I mean, and what Freyine would you eat? That'd be a horrible thing. It's not like we're Freyine farmers. Although I suppose if you're ever to try to sell the idea of farming, I guess, and of course I'm using the word wrong, I guess you'd want to my people, you'd want to talk about farming Freyine. That'd be something, wouldn't
it? I laugh at that notion.
I look confused. What did you think that was a joke? I'm not good.
I had an image of Freyine growing out of the ground like a stalk of wheat. It was quite amusing.
That is a delicious image.
I'm not sure Lanza would appreciate that, though. He
I
doesn't
really
seem
want
to
to eat
joke
him.
around very often. He seems rather serious sort.
You have no idea how unhappy I am. I had to give the ogres the word that I wouldn't start eating the Freyan in this town. Particularly when we leave, like maybe, I'll get one out in the woods, or maybe you lure one out there, and then you know what happens. Oh,
Well, if we find one, if we find a Freyin worshipping an enforcer or taking orders from the enforcers, you're more than welcome to have at them.
that's the last Freyan I ate. There was one right there. He has many names in trade before it captured me. I took her and ripped her throat out and drank some of it, but I couldn't eat much of her because the rest of me was on me. So I had to run. Yes. Imagine how horrible that is, right? Your favorite food there. You're about to eat it. Oh, you're waiting for it. You smell it. Lovely. And then you got to run, and it's all sitting there. Just goes to waste.
I know what it's like to have to abandon my home being chased by members of the enforcers. That's horrible enough. The
Yeah.
only home.
Well, yes. Well,
I imagine it was similar with the Ferrum coming into the woods trying to burn down your homes.
that was long before I was born, but it just makes no sense to me. Why, seeing how they live and what they are, we don't want any of that. They're just filthy little creatures that want gold. Just take it. They don't want it.
I don't
Home
understand it.
down. That doesn't make any sense to me.
They seem to be very bitter creatures that
They want
always.
to eat all our wolves. They want to eat our wolves. They want to chop our trees down. They want to kill us.
They always get it.
I think they think we're the same thing as Freyin. You know how offensive that is?
Well, they get involved in the affairs of far too many people, and I think that's what brought down their downfall. Because then they started trying to meddle in our affairs too, us humans, and well, you know how that went.
Oh, I know Bale used to be their city.
Yes. Well, that's what they get for meddling in our affairs.
Apparently. Apparently. And we do not want you to chop down or burn our wood down. We are not a expansionist species.
I think we're good for now. I think our species has enough. We don't need to go after the Mihangi.
I've always heard Bale was a very bad place to go.
Bale?
Bale.
I have to admit, it's not a very friendly city. Trade was not. I would not call trade necessarily friendly, but Bale has an oppressive atmosphere about it.
Oh.
It has a feeling of the downtrodden. You spoke of the poverty you saw in trade. It is far worse in Bale. The poverty in Bale is far, far worse. The inequality is far, far worse. Very unpleasant city.
Well, that's right unfortunate then. So, but for me, I've always been told that trade we could go there, but Bale is like a death. Slavery, things of that nature. Not for me.
Yes.
I mean, I got taken right out of trade, so that's bad enough. So you really don't like Nif then, and Nif's spawn?
You have to understand that I do not know what day you were born upon, but I was born upon the day of fire. And not only did that mean something to my parents, but it must have meant something to the divinities as well. There must have been some sort of power in it. Ever since I've been little, I've always felt drawn to the flame, drawn to certain things of that nature. But also, not only that, but going out in the cold rain always, it was the worst. I seem to react to it far worse than others of my kind. Cold is death. You must understand, Yavashtaka. When I felt you, when I was carrying you back from that field, from that battle, with the followers of the Enforcers. What could I feel within you as you were dying? I felt cold. You felt like the heat was leaving you, because is ultimately what fire is. Whether you think so or not, whether it's important to your species or not, we all need heat. Heat is life, and we need that heat. That's why Morgul is so, for so many reasons, that's one of the many reasons why Morgul is so important to me, is that he represents that life, that beating heart within you. When you say, like, when you taste the blood, it is hot. That's the way it is, because that heat is life itself. And without that heat, when you have Nif, what is Nif? Nif, when he existed, his sole purpose was to bring eternal cold to the world. And cold is death. Cold is the grave. Those are the things that cold represents.
Well, you hate Sahul then.
Huh?
So you hate Sahul then.
Well,
that's exactly what Sahul is. The grave and death.
Well, I can't say I'm fond of death. It's something I don't like to see. I don't like to have to deal with. I don't like that it's taken away that which is so precious to me at such an early age. I've seen so much of it, especially in my early life. I don't know if it's Tahul's fault. It's not that's who he is. But the cold reminds me of that death is a natural thing, but Nif would bring it earlier. Nif would seep the heat and the life from us at an early age. And that does happen, especially for those who live close to the cold. Thankfully, I lived in cities that were far enough away, but even when the rain would come down, many times that coldness would be brought upon the rain and bring death to people.
What, you don't like rain either?
Rain is fine. It's sometimes the coldness that comes with the rain that I don't appreciate. A nice warm rain, I don't know about you, but one of the greatest things is going out in a under the Thunderbirds when you have a nice warm rain upon you. That's a wonderful feeling. But the cold rain that can be driven, that is unpleasant.
I quite like the cold rain. It's invigorating. That perhaps what you would call touch of death makes me feel all the more alive. Yeah, I like rain. I like Fatash. I like all of that. To answer the question you posed to me, I was born on the 13th day.
13th. I kind of start thinking about, start counting.
Zixthil.
Whose?
Zixthil.
Ah, I see. Yes. Well, so when I saw, for me, the moment I knew that I was destined to become a follower of Morgul was that day. Remember when we were fighting the Vaigish for the weapons that they had in their makeshift temple to Morgul? Do you remember this? When we stole their weapons from them and we killed them? When I felt that heat upon me, when I was scorched by that flame, and then I saw the face of Morgul in the flame, did you not see it? Did you not see the face of Morgul in the flame?
Nay, I've told you that before. But why do you think, if they were priests to Morgul, that Morgul favored you over his own priests?
Because I lived and they died. It is obvious who he favored.
Well, why don't you think maybe someone else, like Nagas, favored you? And maybe Morgul is your enemy, waiting to plot revenge. And when you go in that temple, that's when it becomes apparent that you made the wrong decision.
This was destiny. I was born on the 30th day.
Oh,
I
good for
feel
you.
cold more easily. It's apparent. Do you not see it? You don't see it? And then when I was in hell
I've
itself,
complained about cold before.
I keep drilling it in though. That's how I feel.
I
I
just look at
storm.
you. I look at you kind of confused, like,
That's just. I don't expect you to understand Yuvashtika, but
good.
it is. It is. It is how it is. This is my destiny.
That's your destiny. You know what we need to do? We need to start attacking some temples so I can steal their books.
Steal? Why would you want to? Why you steal them?
So I can learn more magic.
You learn magic through stealing books from temples?
But the Typhon told me. Yeah, it's an easy way. You see, there aren't that many. We haven't come across any other magi in our travels so far, you see. And I need to learn more. The priestess is being nice enough here to teach me some about light. We'll see how well that retains. But I need to find others. I'd love to learn about darkness. If we could, I don't know, find a temple of El Salm or Aramon or something like that, and dispatch some individuals or get them or enforcers, take their tomes, so I can learn how they go about summoning, and then I can take their powers and I can do it better. At least I think I can.
I start kind of thinking to myself a little bit, and I sort of glance over you. I've been looking away from you the whole time, but I kind of glance at you for a second and look away.
I just look at you.
What precisely do you do with these powers? How do you use them? Do you like trap spirits with it and use it against your enemies?
It all depends on what I want to do. Like, for example, if I knew how to deal with demons, if you had a demon possessing you and you were infused with disease, I could just pull it out and you'd have no more disease in you.
What if I were to teach you fire?
Well, how could you do that? You don't know it yourself, do you?
But I have been told that there is a temple to Morgul in Firstport, or at least a shrine there with priests where I could learn the powers.
Oh,
Would you be interested?
very much so. Even in fire. I mean, as we've already discussed, that would be very helpful. Alice, Helena, these are these would definitely be places to use such potency.
I might, as long as you were careful with it, I might be willing to teach you fire.
Oh,
Once I get the ability.
well, if you're able to learn it, I'd quite be happy to learn it from you.
Sounds like a deal to me.
Oh, well, I'm quite pleased to hear that.
Anything I can do to help fight followers of the Enforcers.
Yes, well, I'm quite well poised to agree to there. There's a lot of them all about. I don't know how that area is with them. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some degree of temple there. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with where temples are placed geographically, outside of a few. Obviously, I know there's just about one for everyone in trade, and I know of a few others, but not too many. I heard there's a big temple to Pelgon in Bale, but of course that doesn't seem to be surprising.
Yeah.
And I suppose there's a small temple here to Ahura Mazda. I mean, it seems to only have one though, so that in itself is pretty slim.
Yes. Well, I sort of stand up and start putting back on some of my clothes, kind of facing away from you.
What languages do you speak again? I need to work on those.
I I say in Tehulian, I speak Pelganese, obviously my native tongue.
I just said immediately.
I speak Moolish, as I needed to speak with many ogres in when I lived in Bale.
Hmm.
I speak Hella, which I learned so that I could best fight against them.
Hela. Wait, is that the language of
Helena.
Helena? Oh.
Yeah. I wanted to learn it so that when I was living in the temple in Dista, after I knew that it was the Inquisition that went after us, the Inquisition of Dusk, led by Helena, I wanted to learn her language so that I could know my enemy. But I also know Dazazes, and Morghulish I learned obviously at the Temple of Dista, as that was. Morghulish, yes.
Oh, that's actually quite what I like. That's all you speak, though, yes?
Yes, those are all my spoken languages.
Would you be so kind as to start working and tutoring me on Morghulish? I'd be well up to learn it.
I'd love to. It's a great language. It might be a little bit difficult to one who's unaccustomed like you. It definitely has a very unique sound to it, but I guess I've gotten used to it since I've been speaking it for so many years.
That's right.
But yeah, I think the first thing I teach you is just some very basic. I start off teaching you some very basic phrases like fire being a very important one, obviously, Morgul. But, and moving upward to more complex ones.
All right, so I definitely try to be as receptive as I can and study over as much as you show me, being very interested in learning these languages.
This is a good one. I don't want to, if I ever go to the temple, I don't want to have to feel like I'm alone there, if you know what I mean.
I don't understand.
Well, I don't think any of the others know Morghulish, and I don't want to go to the... I know you might hate it, but I don't really want to go to the temple alone. I don't know anyone there.
No, it's not that I hate. I don't hate that. I know what I hate. I hate the enforcers. I hate them. More than you probably can imagine. But, Morgul I see as an extraordinary lack of wisdom. Very, very dangerous thing to play with.
I hope to learn. I think you may be right, but I only think you're right for one who is untrained in the arts. I hope that by learning the art myself, that although I may not gain an absolute control over fire, that I gain wisdom and a better understanding of it, if you see my meaning, so that I can better contain it and focus it for what I need, which is to fight the enforcers. That's what I seek.
Why? Well, I mean, that's how well and good it seems to work on sacrifices to be along the right path, and I should do the same thing. But learning, I need to learn languages of a lot of the other creators, maybe all of them. You have to learn a Horomazdian, which that's going to be hard.
That will help you speak with the spirits, won't it?
And that's why. Speak and to write and to learn it's going to be a lot. I'll tell you that now. I learn a lot of languages, and I have to keep getting better at drawing. And I
would love to show you. If you know any languages, I would love to learn some from you. What languages do you know? I love learning languages is kind of a hobby of mine. I enjoy it.
No. Well, see, at that point, you would see me. I pulled out my ink quill on one of my pieces of paper, and I write something in Aegeran. Aegeran, it's probably some of the neatest, nicest handwriting you've ever seen. Is he's just because I'm really good at artist. I'm just putting it down there. I need to get better at this too. You need to understand when you're performing summoning rituals, you got to get everything right. It's difficult. So why I never became as good a hunter as I probably should have. Well, that and living in trade, or so I can do a little bit. I never learned weapons either. I don't really know how to fight well with weapons. You know, it's very substandard, my skill. I'm not completely inadequate, but once I begin to learn more of these magical powers, I'll surely be able to contribute more than being nearly killed in the middle of combat, at least so easily. I should call up these spirits to have them fight and have them aid in many ways or side. But it's very intricate. You know, you must learn languages. You must learn the correct artistic signs. You must learn names. You must learn how to write in languages. There's a lot to it, you know, and that's not even getting into the occult side. It's complicated. It makes my head hurt sometimes, honestly. Particularly having the way I have to learn. It's not like I have, you know, a coven of magi here simply instructing me. As I did there in trade, I have to, you know, learn from clergy. And I don't even know how to explain to you. Imagine if you were given like a recipe for cooking, as I understand, and they explained everything, not wrong, but it was all like in the wrong order, and you had to reassemble it, but it's very confusing. You know, like, is it like this? Well, no, it's not like that. Is it like this? Is it like that? Is it like this? And eventually, maybe you get it right. I mean, I haven't done it yet, but I've been told by the Typhon masters that have served under and that instructed me that that's one of the ways that to learn. You know, to get a priest to instruct you. You know, and generally, it's not so easy. You know, much of the gods take an ill view of the trolls. You understand?
I envy your ability to learn anything without a fellow magi. I can't. Obviously, I can't learn anything without a cleric of Morgul. They will know all the deep. I know some things from living with clergy of Dista, but they know things so much in depth, so much more in depth than I would know. It's nice that you're able to learn anything at all. I'm hopeless out here by myself.
Well, I suppose. But when you ask about languages, of course we both speak Tehulian.
Yes.
But I speak Thuban and Thraxa, and I speak Aegeran, which in Aegeran should be fairly obvious. All of those are really hard ones, but I'm happy to try to teach you one of them. I've never tried to teach someone a language before, and I don't know if I'll be right good at it or not. So.
You'll find I'm a quick study. As I said, I very much enjoy languages.
Well, I wouldn't try to teach all three at the same time. So.
No, but.
Did you have one you're angling to learn? Thraxa, Thuban, Aegeran.
Out of all of those, I guess Thuban probably sounds the most interesting.
Very well. It's what Chthon speak too. I've heard them. Chthon always seem to think no one else speaks Thuban. I guess if you're a mammal, but I've heard them say all sorts of things. They got nasty little tongues on them. They're very different from Typhon, who are very they're very reserved. They're very cautious. Chthon just whatever, you know. They are often oblivious in a way, I suppose. All right, so I'll start teaching you some Thuban.
Great.
The tongue of the Chthon and the Typhon. So that's all that speaks it as far as I know.
Well, Yeah, yeah, that'd be most excellent. I would enjoy that.
As you will then. I'll work on that with you. Uh, Towards the dark times, we can exchange lessons on language. Uh, Largely during the day while you work. Well, tomorrow or the next day I'll go out and I'll catch you one of those deer that you seem to like so much, so you can enjoy that.
What are you, um, yeah, yes, definitely, definitely. That will be most excellent.
What were you saying now?
Nothing, nothing at all.
Oh,
Sort of look away quickly.
I look at you, not all that confused, since your character tends to confuse me often. So I'm like,
Weirdly enough, I still look like I'm embarrassed about something, but
yeah.
like I'm avoiding eye contact with you. I'm having a perfectly normal conversation with you, but avoiding eye contact, I suppose.
And of course, you see there's tattoos all over my body. I got lots of them, and I have long black fingernails, and my eyes actually glow slightly. I'm quite strange looking.
Yes. Well, it's been really great talking with you, but I suppose it's time to get back into the kitchens and start working on some food. I suppose.
I was just saying, I suppose we to get back and speak with the Ogress and learn a bit more. Hopefully, I can capture this magical light. I would well, I would well be up to find some clergymen, ambush them, kill them, eat them, and procure their holy text. It doesn't really matter who they're clergy for.
Do me a favor, and if you ever find the ones of Helena, make it nice and slow for them.
Hmm. I prefer to make sure that the target is utterly terrified. It's very important to me, you know.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, mm, it perhaps will be interesting to see for you to see when I hunt something. You know, we do things, you know, to show them the true beast and the predator, to let them languish in that time of utter terror, you know, and then when it really comes down, that's that's when we show them. You know, you have to expose the fangs and give them that powerful force of presence upon them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or is it
Yeah.
not clear?
Your people do have a way of, I don't know how to describe it. You almost seem to become Nightmare itself.
Hmm.
It's that I don't know if your people have nightmares, but there's a feeling when you have a nightmare where you feel utterly powerless and almost like a child. It's that feeling is the same feeling that you somehow are able to exude. I don't
Hmm.
understand.
No, that's quite true. Well, sort of. Well, it's sort of true. Uh, but as far as nightmares, I've had them quite a few times since I became a redcap. As I don't trance anymore. I have to sleep. Oh, that's really strange. We fairies, at least most of us. I don't think ogres do, but most of us, our relationship with dreams and sleep is very very different than your species. A nightmare is not a bad thing. That's it's like a visit from Ajira. Ajira loves the Mihangi and who has no wish to damage us or anything of that nature. So that is fine. So we'll have a different relationship. But bearing the fangs down and exuding that force of dominance over them, which is quite nice. And I quite wish to make uh, a priest of who has many names, or Ollis, or Zansaro, or Zalst, or Helena, particularly with the Poth. Well, I wish to make them all tremble in fear. And as you know, and of course you see the horrific fangs, and you know, it's definitely not something you want to have grab a hold of you. Um, with the path that Dalagar wishes to take, I definitely see problems with Zalst. They are diametrically opposed to necromancy, which doesn't surprise me really. I mean, if you look back at the history of Tehul, I mean, Tehul is birthed from the death of a troll, and really, from what I understand, close to necromancy, being of death. It's a closer thing. So, being of the people of Tuhul and disliking Tuhul, as he says, the draw of necromancy seems very, very obvious for a Ferrum. To me, it's really a bit morbid and I don't know, depressing, I think is the word. It's not really for me, but I see what his draw is there. Of course, nothing I can do to help him, other than the very, very, very basics.
Yes. Yes. Well, as I say, it is probably time for me to be getting back.
Yes. Well, very well then, and I'll kind of look up. It's been an intriguing experience getting to know Light in the day under this tutelage I've had. It's worldview altering in a way.
Yes.
The blasphemies I commit against Anamon and Ashira seem to never end.
It's been fascinating learning. I kind of look back at you and give you kind of a smile, kind of a shy smile. It's been really nice being out here and learning all these things.
Hmm.
I never thought I would know all these things. It's been nice to learn about your people. Thank you.
And my gratitude to you for your open sharing. It is appreciated on the many topics you have enlightened me upon. So, go then now, and I shall speak with you on the morrow.
See you then.
I nod my head respectfully and make my way off back to the large ogres of light. And I'd like to thank you guys at home for watching, for staying tuned, and most importantly, for getting your copies of Within the Ring of Fire, brother. That's right, dude. You need to get a hold of these. These are the bad gimmicks for Christmas, brother. Ain't no kayfabe in here. Within the Ring of Fire, dude. DriveThruRPG.com. Get your physical copies. $75 special limited edition price until Christmas. Hit your main man up. Friend me on Facebook. Send me a request. It's hard to get them in here because they've fucked up YouTube so much. Send them and get PDFs of every book that will ever come out for Within Ring of Fire. First 4 are out. The 5th one's coming out very soon. Get a hold of all these copies of the books and make sure you get involved with it. It's really going to tighten up the quality role-play group. It's going to bring across these wonderful stories, this strange, unique world of Kvegathale. Make it your own, and thank you guys for watching. Andrew, you got anything to say to the people at home? Whoa, my God, before we go.
No, just if you haven't checked it out, I'm definitely going to plug a game that Anders in. Check out Dark Waters. That is Within the Ring of Fire, Dark Waters. They have the first session of the campaign up. It is really, I'm not even in that game, but it is fantastic. Definitely check it out. You can check it out on YouTube, but definitely wanted to plug that.
Yeah. Absolutely, and thank you for this special little game that we put on here for the people at home. Andrew, did a great job. I really appreciated your time and enthusiasm.
All right, thank you.